Stand by for a transmission from DX Central. This broadcast is not a test. To confirm reception, please tune your radio to any AM or FM frequency and report your observations during this transmission. Again, this is not a test. Stand by for a transmission from DX Central. This broadcast is not a test. To confirm reception, please tune your radio to any AM or FM frequency and report your observations during this transmission. Again, this is not a test.
DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor Member Bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AMDX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AMDXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques. so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the Gulf South
To your corner of the world.
this is DX Central Live.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
We're back, my friends. Here we are. Season 4 DX Central from the North Shore Studios in Manville, Louisiana. Welcome, my friends. We are so excited to be here. Chat is going nuts right now. Look at you guys. Going crazy right now. We are back. And it's been a while. It's a little later than we expected to be, but we're here. And we're ready for some DX, some live DX. And there we go. There's live DX. We've got a lot to catch up on. Everything that's happened since we last saw each other back in May. What an FM season we had, especially on the Tropo side for a lot of you guys in the Midwest and up around the Rust Belt and everything. You guys had some absolutely phenomenal Tropo, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. It's been a great AMDX season as well already. I mean, how many of you guys have heard Argentina so far? Right? Like, where did that come from? I've been trying for Argentina for years. And then one night I saw, I think it was either Tim or Tim Trump or Mark Conley on one of the forums said, hey, you guys might want to go check out Argentina's coming in. And I went and there they were. And it just blew my mind. And you've been to the channel for a while. You know, I'm a big Latin American DX guy. That's like my big thing. So hearing Argentina was one of those check that goal off the bucket list. And then we've got people hearing like Ecuador like crazy right now and Colombians. And so Latin America's just been on fire this season. And we got all kinds of other stuff going on. Let me show you something else here. So we say we're all about radio here. It's not just AM and FM. We also have ADSB over here in the corner, new addition to the shack here. And we've got some other stuff we're going to be doing and some other new additions to North Shore Studios. I was mentioning in the chat, I have a nice new window panel in here with a bunch of bulkheads so I can put a bunch of different antennas in and do some testing and stuff like that. So just a lot to get to tonight. And of course, we're doing our usual live DX, and we've got to talk about the medium wave frequency challenge. We've got to talk a bit about the new website that we're launching for the frequency challenge. So we talk about that and our new frequency of the week for next week. Hope you guys have been enjoying on the graveyard frequencies, the 1230, 1240, 1340, 1400, 1450, and 1490. The last 4 weeks or so. Been a lot of fun. My ears are a little tired. I'll be honest with you, but hey, it's been fun. Logged a bunch of new ones. We'll talk about that. Of course, we got shout-outs to get to. We'll talk about the shout-outs here in a little bit, how you can submit your shout-out so we can give you a shout-out here on the air. So lots to get to. So just a quick introduction, because I know we got some new folks here on the stream that haven't been with us before. So my name is Lloyd Van Horn, and this is DX Central and DX Central Live. And what we talk about here is mostly AM and FM DXing, medium wave DXing. And we like to do live DX. We like to talk about some tips and tricks and things that we're hearing and how we're doing different things and some antenna stuff. Tonight we're going to be talking about logbooks a little bit. So it's a community that we've kind of gathered here over the last several years of folks who are just like-minded, who like to DX, who like to talk about what we're hearing, like to compare notes and share tips. And hey, so-and-so's off the air, so-and-so's coming in over here. You guys hearing this? We like to talk about that stuff together. So glad that you're here with us. Definitely join us here every Friday night, same time, right here, 1845 Central Time. Right now, that's 0045 UTC, and we'll be here for DX Central Live on Fridays. So, real quick before we go any further, I do want to do just one quick thing here. So we are delayed. Usually, I start the live stream back up in September. So we're a little behind schedule as far as that goes. Some of you may know that my father, Larry Van Horn, N5FPW, an absolute icon and legend in the amateur radio and AMDX and utilities and military communications and satellites and everything else. He passed away this summer after brief illness. So obviously that was the big that was why we have a delay here. So there was definitely time to grieve there. Take care of things. Mom now, Gail Van Horn, you guys know. We've talked about her in the promo there for Teak Publishing. She's now here in Mandeville as well. So we have like North Shore Studios B. This is the A. She's the B. You can say over there. Got her shack set up so she can do some DXing. But we definitely did want to spend some time, obviously grieving. And for me as well, I wanted to reconnect with the hobby a little bit. To make sure this was something that I still enjoy doing. Because, Dad and I, we shared a lot. He's the one that taught me how to AMDX. So a lot of the things that I talk about are things that he taught me that I get to share with you guys. And so there was a lot of soul searching there and kind of thinking about that. And so then got to a point where I was ready to get this going up again. And so here we are. And so my focus here on DX Central has always been to share, right? To educate, to share my love of DX and share that with other people. And that came directly from him and Mom as well. Mom also part of that as well, but that came from him. And so I want to make sure that I keep that going and we keep that energy moving. So that's going to be our focus. We're not going to stop this train. We are definitely going to continue and only just ramp up things as we go along here. So I appreciate you all and your patience this summer and sticking with us, and glad to be back in front of you. So a real quick lay of the land here as we kind of move forward. Those of you who've been around for a while know what we do here at the top of the hour. For those who aren't as familiar, top of the hour on AM and FM radios, and at least in the U.S. and large of countries around the world as well, that's when they will typically do an identification, so you know who it is you're listening to. So we always do a special to-do here at the top of the hour. We call it a top of the hour alert, where we kind of focus in and we're listening for those IDs to see who we can hear. Now tonight, tough. We've got some storms in the area. We had a line just pass through. There's a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder in the area. So we might have some static crashes to deal with, but we'll work around that. But let's go ahead and fire off our first top of the hour alert for season 4. Bill, get the sirens ready, buddy. There we go. All right. So it's top of the hour time frame here at North Shore Studios, Mandeville, Louisiana. And what that means, if I can get there we go. That's what I was looking for. And what that means here is we're going to be looking for IDs. And right now we're using our Perseus SDR. This is through a software called Jaguar, which is a bit of AMDX software for the SDR, for the Perseus SDR, specifically for the Perseus, specifically for AMDX. So that's what we're going to be running off of here. We have a 20-foot high by 97-foot long Superloop antenna out on the side of the yard over here that is pointing right now northwest, 305 degrees. It is vactrol controlled. Right now the vactrol's unplugged because of the storms, but I'll probably be putting that out a bit later on as well. We do have some other radios and antennas we'll be talking about as we go throughout the course of the night, but right now we're just going to get started here with the Perseus. And let's start here. Let's start on 1240. 1230, I have a local station, and without the vactrol, it's going to be kind of hard to get rid of them to be okay here in New Orleans. Let's start on 1240 and see what we can hear for the top of the hour time frame. And we always invite you to join alongside with us. Grab your radios and DX it alongside. Let us know in the chat what you're hearing, and we'll compare notes. And maybe you'll say, hey, Lloyd, why don't you go tune over to so-and-so? I'm hearing this, and I want to see if you're hearing the same thing, because I think it might be down in your area. By all means, throw it in the chat. We'll do that with you here. So let's go ahead and get started on some AMDX. Our first live DX of the season on DX Central Live. Hey, Moss. Hey, Ma. Jaguar, we have a couple different screens. So we have our traditional waterfall display here, which actually isn't displaying anything right now. Why is it showing a 0 on the S meter? That's clear. We've also got here a map view that I like to use. It helps me if I'm hearing something to kind of ballpark where it is that I'm hearing it from. If I know I'm pointing northwest, I can start my search for stations, especially on graveyard frequencies, kind of in the west quadrant there. Let's check another one here. Let's check 1450. There we go. That might be better. So Lacrosse in the chat just asked a question. Got a new RSPDX SDR. Any recommendations on a program? SDR Console is my absolute favorite. I'll be showing you guys as we go along. SDR Console. There's also another bit of software they just recently released for SDR Play SDRs called SDR Connect. So we'll talk a bit about that. So yeah, we'll talk a bit about that in a bit. But SDR Console, that's the one I use the most when I'm not using Jaguar. When I'm not in the Perseus, if I'm not in the Perseus, I'm probably in SDR Console. We'll talk a bit about why later on as well. Hey, Jacob. Got a nice crowd here tonight. Appreciate all of you here. Same here, Jeff, on the antenna. W6 LVP loop is fantastic. All right, let's see what we got. So we've got a Fox Sports radio station in there, or that in there. One of the great things about this Jaguar software, as it relates, let me mute this for a second. One of the great things about this Jaguar software that I love about it, with my Perseus, is that it's kind of like a DVR, in that it's always recording as it goes along. And now I do set it to record top of the hour when I'm DXing and sometimes overnight and things like that. But even when you're just doing live DX, it's recording like an 8-minute long segment. And then if you don't keep that segment, then it overrides that and writes over top of it with a brand new 8-minute segment and keeps doing that as you're going. So if you're listening and you're like, hey, wait a minute, I heard an ID. What was that they just said? You can go back and you can actually rewind it in live. So we're going to do that now. Let's go back and see what happened there at the top of the hour. I think I heard an ID, but I'm going to double check and make sure. So we're going to go back here. This little marker right here is the top of the hour. So I'm going to go right before that a few seconds here and see if I can hear something. All right, I think that is KIKR in Beaumont, Sports Radio Beaumont. I'm pretty sure that's who that is. And they are, I think, an FSR, I believe, outlet here. So let's, if that's who, that's a relog for us here. So let's now check 1490. Any bets? Any bets on who this is? If you've been in the Slack channel, you know this is probably WHOC in Philadelphia, Mississippi, because they have been haunting my dreams. If you hear 93.7 mentioned here, that's the other one, WVBG. That's the other station that it probably is. So yeah, that's those two. Now let's take a look at 1340 or 1400 rather. Let's go down here to 1400 and see if we caught anything. Okay, I didn't really hear anything there. Sometimes these graveyard frequencies can be a bit of a jumble, especially right now with my vactrols off of my antenna. What the vactrols allow me to do on these terminated loop antennas is I actually basically cut the antenna in half. Normally with a loop, it's bidirectional, right? So if it's a loop antenna, you get signals on one side, you get signals on the other side, and they're both coming in. What these terminated loops do is basically it's a loop, but on one side you have an amplifier, and that's where your signals come from. On the back side, you have a resistor, and that resistor allows you to null anything in that direction. And then with the vactrol device that I have, what I'm able to do is I'm able to dial in the amount of resistance remotely that you need, because that amount that you need, the value of resistance you need to do that will vary based off of conditions, the frequency you're on, time of day. Sometimes it can be a lot of different things. So I'll dial that in remotely from here in the shack, and that will then tighten up that null or widen it so I can really try to get rid of stations in the opposite direction that I don't want. Well, when I have things coming in on both sides here, like I do right now, because there's no vactrol, it gets a bit more mushy. But when you're on these terminated loops, and you can reduce that down by nulling things off that back side, you reduce some of the stations that are coming in, and other stations are allowed to kind of rise up to the top. So that's why right now it's kind of a mush. I'm hoping to be able to go out here in a little bit and put the vactrols back in if the lightning stops, but we'll have to take a look and see if we can do that. 1340. This one might be a little tough because we have a big local station on 1350 that sometimes is tricky to kind of get around. We're going to throw this in the lower sideband. That's a little tip for you guys. If you're DXing and let's say you've got a station nearby you or really, really strong on a frequency and you're trying to DX the frequency next to that, what you're going to want to do is if you're on the frequency below that pest local station, what you want to do is put yourself in lower sideband. If you're above that frequency, you want to put an upper sideband, because what you're basically doing is you're trying to get as far away from the slop of that station, that local station, as you possibly can. So when you're below, let's say in this case, I'm on 1340, my local station's 1350. I want to get away from it a little bit. I throw it in lower sideband. I'm moving away from the slop from 1350. If I was on 1360, I go upper sideband to try to get away from it up there. So just a little tip for those who might be a bit newer to the channel, who haven't heard me extol the virtues of lower and upper sideband. Another thing that you can use upper and lower sideband for, by the way, especially on these graveyard frequencies, is if you've ever noticed, if you've been listening, sometimes I'm usually in either lower or upper sideband. That's how I usually DX. I very rarely will have it in AM, right? Very specific reasons why I might have it in AM. Maybe if I'm in SDR console with one of my other SDRs, I might throw it in AM mode or stereo, or not stereo AM, sync AM with like binaural mode or something like that. But typically I'm in either lower or upper sideband. I've noticed that you can sometimes hear a station better in one sideband versus another. So if you're listening and you hear a station in there weekly, let's say you're in lower sideband, try flipping into upper sideband and see if they're any louder. Because sometimes they will be, sometimes they won't. Sometimes that lower sideband is as good as it gets, right? Or vice versa. Maybe you're in upper sideband and you have a station in there, you're like, I think I can hear what they're saying, but I can't really make it out. Try flipping it in lower sideband, see if you get them better. Especially on these graveyard frequencies we've been on. Let me go back here to top of the hour, 1340. Something in there. I hadn't heard that, Stephanie, about Andrew from Wellbrook. I hadn't heard that, man. That's been a tough summer. Been a real tough summer. Didn't hear anything there. Let's go down to 1240 and we'll wrap up this live DX session on 1240. And here's going back to my statement I was making a few moments ago. I have a local station on 1230, WBOK in New Orleans. So I'm going to throw this in lower sideband. You're going to hear the slop, the splatter from 1230 kind of getting into 1240. I'm going to start off in lower sideband. Watch what happens when I switch to upper sideband. It's going to go away. Ready? You hear this? All right? The drums. See how you can still hear it? Now I'm going to go to upper sideband. Okay, nothing in there right now. So, okay. Nothing right now on the top of the hour. We did hear what I believe was KIKR Sports Radio Beaumont on 1240 earlier, or on 1450 earlier, but nothing really other than that coming in. So we're just gonna move on from the graveyard, so to speak. So we do have coming up here at the top of the hour, we'll be getting ready for our next frequency range, our next installment of the Medium Wave Frequency Challenge. So we're going to be talking a bit about that. We're also going to be launching our new home for our medium wave frequency challenges. So we've been using a Google form now for the past couple of years, last 2 years, and this week, the graveyard challenge, the last 4 weeks. We've been using this Google form, and it works, but you guys had some things that you didn't like about it, and I didn't like them either. There's some things about the Google form I didn't like either. And plus, it was a lot of manual work for me to kind of do a bunch of the analysis I'd have to do and things like that. So I've been looking for a better solution, and I found one this summer. And we're going to talk a bit about what that's going to look like and how it's going to work for you guys. I think you're really going to like it. It's pretty nice. It's pretty sharp. So other than that, yeah, we'll take a look at that. We'll also, here, I'll back the audio off a little bit so we don't distort. We'll talk a bit about the new home. We'll talk a bit about some shout outs. So Bill, if you have the form link, I don't know if you have it. I might still have it saved over here. On my other browser, there's a Google form that you can fill out if you want to do shout outs. So if you heard a new state, a new country, a new Canadian province, a new Mexican state, a new log, just, hey, I got new logs, which most everybody's going to get the new log tonight, okay? Because we've been gone for a while. So new logs, new country, new states, new Canadian province, new Mexican state. You heard a station in Louisiana? You have a place to put that in there. And this counts for AM or FM, by the way. So I want to hear your FM stuff too, because we do have to talk about this FM season. It was pretty good, not bad. We're also going to talk about logbooks in this episode, and my online logbook work that I've done this summer. I've completely transitioned off of Microsoft Access database onto an online logbook. We're going to show you what that looks like and what I've done and how I've put it together, because it's pretty awesome. And more live DX, and who knows, we'll get some more stuff in here as well. So don't go anywhere, my friends. DX Central Live is just getting started. Be right back.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor member bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AM/DX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AM/DXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios here in Mandeville, Louisiana. My friends, we are so glad to have you here and joining us and being part of the fun and the festivities. Oh, man. We've got a lot to get to tonight. We got a new website to talk about, our new launch for our new challenge website for our medium wave frequency challenge and all the other challenges that we do, like the daytime challenge and the Grand Slam DX challenge. We got to talk about that. We got to mention that one in here somewhere. We had that this summer, right? It's been so long since we've done anything together. So yeah, we got that to go on, and let's see what else we have. We've got some more live DX. We're going to announce our new frequencies for the coming week, which I know you guys are very, very excited to see. I'm excited to do some DXing on these frequencies. Shout outs. I just put the link in the chat, the shout out form. So if you have new logs, new states, new countries, new Canadian provinces, new Mexican states, if you've got a new station from the state of Louisiana, any of that stuff, throw it all in there, AM and FM. Okay, and that's anything since May 1st. Okay. So anything that you've done since May 1st that you feel you would like to share with the group, by all means, get that on the shout-out form. I'll be checking here in a little bit on the shout-out form and sharing those with everybody. We have some special things that we do. So if you're new to the live stream, we don't just read it on air. We do some special stuff for shout-outs because we like to pat each other on the back around here because DXing's not easy and getting new ones in the logbook's not easy. So we like to make sure that we celebrate what we do. Cool stuff. All right, so I will be just one frequency this week, Jeff. Nah, you guys know I like to do the ranges, and the reason I do that for the most part, it's there are certain times when I might do one frequency, depends on the situation, but most of the time, if I do like one frequency, I'm also going to pair that with another frequency that our friends outside of the United States can take advantage of, like the 9 kilohertz splits. So I always, at the very minimum, will have two frequencies every week, at the very minimum. So it's going to be a 10K and a 9K split. And so our friends across the pond or anywhere around the world can participate. So if you're hearing some US stuff or some South American stuff or whatever on the 10K frequencies and you want to submit your logs, share that with us, go ahead. If you don't have any of that stuff, but you still want to play along on some of the 9K freaks, by George, go ahead and do it. So that's we want you involved. I know Ray from England is in the house tonight, so my friend, I hope that you'll participate with us on the frequency challenge and submit your logins in here for this coming week as well. So it's going to be fun season. I got some cool stuff planned. I don't know how what we're going to do as far as like the winter and all that kind of stuff because I still owe Barry some stuff from last year from our Season 2 champion. I still owe you. I haven't forgotten, Barry. I haven't forgot about you. It's just been, been crazy. But we're going to get you in there. And yes, Barry, I'm with you. I'm done on the graveyards for a while. I have exhausted that one as much as I possibly can for right now. So let's talk a bit about last FM season. So let's see, going back to May, when I saw you guys last, right after we had our first, I think it was May 19th was our first real eSkip opening that we had here in Mandeville. And that brought some pretty good DX. It wasn't a huge one, but it was nice. And then as we went along, we had a big one on May 31st. We had some more on like June 10th, June 11th. Big, like 5-hour long eSkip opening on the 22nd. I'm telling you all this because these are all recordings that I'm still going through and reviewing. I haven't finished my FMDX from the summer. So I have, for those of you who are new to the channel, I have a Elad FDM-S3 SDR that records the entire FM band, up to the entire FM band. So I can listen, I can record it, I can live DX the event while it's happening, see how high the frequency goes in the opening and things like that, but then go back in later and just try to squeeze out every ounce of DX that I possibly can. I'm doing that right now. I'm almost done with my recordings from May 31st. I've got like 2 frequencies left to listen. But I'm almost done with May 31st, and then it's on to June 10th, June 11th, June 22nd, and so forth. So I'm still finishing up my summer stuff. And what I'm trying to do with these is, as I do an eSkip opening, I do the entire opening, listen through every bit of it that I can, and then I do an analysis of what it was. You know, where was it coming from? How many stations did I hear? What was the timeline? I'm looking for trends. So I'm trying to kind of approach this quasi-scientifically a little bit, because there's never really been any kind of real scientific data analysis or data gathering on eSkip opening specific to the FM band. It's all been very small sample sets based on what we could hear live, right? Or maybe a little swath of the band if we were recording. But to get the entire FM band like that, I feel is something that's since I have that ability to do that with SDR, I want to take advantage of that and really dive in and do some scientific type data research and analysis here. So in order to do that, I needed an online logbook. So we're going to talk a bit about my online logbook a little bit later on in more detail. But first, I at least want to share with you guys. Let me make sure I got the right button here. There it is. This is my online FM logbook. So let's just take a breeze through here of what all I have in the logbook, and that'll kind of help us recap what I was able to do this summer on this summer's FMDX season. It was a decent one on eSkip. It wasn't the best eSkip season we've ever seen, but it was pretty decent. Some folks had it better than others, as usual. The Tropo season, some of you guys got. I mean, we here on the Gulf Coast get some pretty decent Tropo from time to time, right? Especially at certain times of the year. But you guys up in Illinois, Pennsylvania, and up in the Northeast and the Midwest and all that, you guys were hearing stuff on a Tropo opening. I think it was August, September, that was just unbelievable. We had those big heat domes sitting on top of the U.S., creating this amazing Tropo. And yes, I say Tropo. I know it's Tropo. I know, but I'm a Tropo guy. Okay, I'm Team Tropo. I'm Team GIF, not GIF. I'm Team Tropo, not Tropo. So anyway, so you guys heard some amazing stuff. So we didn't get a lot of that down here. We were a little too far south to get that good Tropo that you guys were getting up into the Midwest. But we'll at least kind of share what we did, and obviously as well, you let us know here in the chat what you were hearing on your side this FM season, if you were doing some FMDX. And if you didn't do any FMDX, pay attention, because this might be something you want to look into. Be careful, it's addictive. It's a very addictive form of DXing. It can sneak up on you real fast and you don't even realize it, and then you see that opening coming, and you kind of start jonesing a little bit for that opening. When's the next one coming, man? When's the next one coming? So just be careful, because once you dive into this thing, it'll get you. Right, Barry? Right? FMDX is a whole other animal. So this is what I have right now. This is my total log, 832 stations, and I reset back in April, I think it was. I reset to 0, because I had done a little bit of FMDX here in Mandeville, but not a whole lot. So I just reset. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to start from scratch. So I started from 0 at the beginning of this season in April. So I did all my local band scan. That's the first thing you want to do if you're going to get into FMDX, is know your local band. Do a band scan. You need to know day in, day out, what stations are you going to hear, what's their format, what's their slogan, what's their RDS codes that you might see. You need to know Where are the holes, right? And I'm talking about like, where's it dead silent? Nothing on there. No HD side channel stuff going on from, if you're on 93.3 with an HD signal, you're trying to hear 93.1 or 93.5, and you got that HD on either side. No, I'm talking like completely open, free of anything, nothing there, just static. You want to know where those holes are, because those are going to be where you want to sit during an opening. So know your band. Put a spreadsheet together if you have to. I've got an example here that I'll show you on my logbook. You want to know your local band inside and out, dead band conditions, no tropo, no E-skip, no meteor scatter. What are you going to hear, right? Do that first. 832 total logs, 34 states, a max miles of 1,423, and 9 total openings that I was able to capture here on the E-skip side. I do a auto logger. So if you are new to FMDX, FM stations, you might have seen it in your car or on a little radio if you have one. We'll send what's called an RDS, Radio Data Systems. It's a little text on your screen that tells you what station you're listening to, what the name of the song is, the artist, things like that. Well, there's a code, a little 4-digit code or 4-character code tied to that, and that code is normally, at least on that frequency, unique to that station. So if you're seeing code F01A on 89.9, there should be a F01A tied to that frequency for a station, right? So there are lists out there that have that information. FM list is one of them. The Worldwide TV FMDX Association, WTFDA, they have a database that has these codes on there. So you can use these to actually help you identify the station that you're receiving. Sometimes FM, it's in and out. You never even hear a chance to get the ID. Sometimes meteor scatter, for instance, when you have FM signals bouncing off of ionized meteor trails, come back down, you get a burst for about 30 seconds or 10 seconds or 5 seconds or 2 seconds of that audio, and it's real strong for a second, then it goes away. And you never get to hear an ID. That RDS can help you out. I might be able to get you an ID. Had some folks get a lot of those this summer. So this right here that you see, this is my current auto logger right now. So we're in dead band conditions right now. Nothing going on. No E-skip, no tropo, no nothing. So these are all the stations that I kind of on an average am hearing on my my auto logger. Now I haven't skipped my local stations. They're in my immediate area. So these are kind of all the others, but you'll see here, it's just going through and it's scanning every frequency. It sits for 7 seconds. It's actually, see if I can show you here. This screen right here, this is my autologger. This is SDR Sharp. I have an AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. I've got a dipole sitting at 21 feet out in the backyard, and it's sitting there, just scans. It goes from one frequency to the next, and it's looking for an RDS code. And if it finds one, it looks it up and says, okay, who is that? And then if it matches up, everything matches up, it throws it on the map. Okay? So I've logged a bunch of stations that way that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise, like overnight. If I'm not able to DX, I can still catch stuff. A great tool. Let's come down here. Here's the logbook. Here's the local stuff. So I talked about the band scan. Here's mine. This is my local band scan that I did back in April of this year, highlighting where are my gaps, where are my holes, where am, what do I have? Like some of these that have none, there's still an HD signal there, so I wanted to make sure I notate that. But like here, for instance, this is a fully open frequency. A big one for me here in Mandeville is 92.1. That's a fully open frequency. I've got a bunch of stations I've heard on that. So definitely start there. Start with your band scan. But let's take a look and see what we were able to do. Tropo. We'll start with Tropo. We had quite a few Tropo openings here in the Gulf Coast. We're kind of famous for that. We get a lot of those. The best ones that we had were down south into Mexico. You can see I had some Tropo receptions down into Mexico of 887, 874, 861 miles. That was a great night. Getting down into Mexico. And with these Tropo openings, they usually start at the upper end of the band and work their way down. So usually with sporadic E, it's the opposite. It starts at the bottom and it works its way up. Maximum usable frequency, MUF. Tropo starts at the top and works its way down. So you'll see Tropo openings first in like 162 megahertz in the normal weather radio frequency. So a lot of folks we're DXing right now, we're using that weather band as a kind of a ear marker to let us know, hey, there's something going on. 2 meter ham radio. You'll get Tropo on 2 meters before you get on FM. The APRS map is famous for that. So if you guys haven't seen that, it's APRS. This is the VHF propagation map. And what this allows you to do is actually see potential openings. At least it's what it's basically doing is it's showing for APRS signals on the 2-meter ham band, where are they being seen? And if it's anything significant, like here you've got people on the west coast of Florida seeing down up along the coastline here. So you can use that if it starts seeing big red blobs here. Pay attention. Is there something going on? It doesn't always get down into FM, but it can be a nice little thing to, hey, at least get your attention. I have seen, at least this summer, it seemed like I would see it here, right? Like let's say on a Tuesday night, you see a big blob, and I would see a big one down here into Tampa or something like that. And then I'd go on the FM band, there's nothing. And then the next night, I see it again, there's the big blob. Now I've got some. So it's almost like it has to kind of build in a little bit. I may be wrong. I mean, there may be nothing to that, but that's what it felt like this year. You'll see here quite a few of these 700 plus mile receptions on Trapo this year in Mexico. Quite a few down in Texas, some Florida stuff as well. We had a nice opening here back in October, I think it was, into St. Pete, Orlando, into Florida, pretty nicely into Florida. So that's pretty nice. So Trapo is one of those. It's usually driven by weather, right? It's these inversion layers where normally your warmest weather is going to be down at the surface, and then as you go up in elevation and altitude, it gets colder. Well, inversion layers are when it's the opposite. It's colder at the surface than it is air above it, and so that causes a little bit of a trap right there that these FM signals will bounce into. That gets up to the tropospheric layer of the atmosphere and bounces back down instead of just kind of going off into space and leaving the atmosphere. So you'll see here some of the bearings by opening. I wanted to track this because I wanted to see, is there a trend? Like certain times of the year here on the Gulf Coast, does it go towards Florida versus Texas, or is it kind of all over the place? So I'm going to keep an eye on that one. Then we get down in the E-skip down here. Look at this, guys. 92.1, 25 stations logged in this season, and I'm not even remotely close to done with my reviews. I got several openings still left to get to, but what I now can tell you with utmost certainty is if there's an E-skip opening, I'm checking 92.1. I'm going to check it 92.5. I'm going to check 99.9. I need to see what's going on those frequencies so I can see if there's anything that is being received during these openings. And again, it starts down at the low of the band at 88.1, and it works up. It goes upwards as the strength of this opening would increase. The MUF, or the maximum usable frequency, will rise. And so you can have some of these that get up into the 104s and 5s and 6s and 107 point something, right? You can get those openings. Those aren't every opening. Sometimes you'll never see it get out of the 88s or the 89s. You get these little weak openings that come in, they go, and then they're gone. Here's my my great circle map, 1,500 mile radius great circle map, so I can kind of keep that for my rotor. Here's the states that I heard this year so far on FM E-skip openings, at least. You'll see the mileage. My best one here was Wyoming. Interesting nugget about this one. If you're in the Slack channel, you've already heard the story probably, but interesting nugget on this Wyoming. So typically when we see these sporadic E openings, it's usually normally going to be confined to one area, right? This summer, I had a lot Northeast, Ontario, Pennsylvania, New York, Virginia, Maryland, that whole area there. A little bit of Ohio, a lot of that stuff. We had a couple openings up into Minnesota, Iowa, but most of it was kind of that Ontario, Pennsylvania, New York area. So I'm in an opening that was really kind of focused in on that. And everything, when I went through, I usually start at the top of the band, and I work my way down when I'm doing my recording review. So I have to go to 107.9, do the entire opening, 107.7, entire opening, and so forth. So the entire opening, everything by about 11:50, 12 o'clock local time, the opening was pretty much done. It had died out. There were a couple of stations that were kind of lingering, maybe in New York or around Buffalo, Rochester, Niagara Falls, those kind of places. There were maybe a couple that were still kind of lingering in past 12 o'clock, but everything was shut down by 12 o'clock local time. I was on 92.1, and I was just kind of fast forwarding, just clicking skip 5 seconds on SDR Console. You can actually set it so you can just skip every 5 seconds. So I was skipping 5 seconds, skipping 5 seconds, skipping 5 seconds. And out of the blue, I have a station that popped up, and it was Wyoming. So what happens sometimes on these is you'll get these random E-skip, we call them clouds, because that's kind of what it's like, an ionization cloud in the atmosphere that these are bouncing off of. It can be ionized meteor trails or leftover remnants of those. It can be ionization from thunderstorm. I mean, there's a lot of different theories on what these could be related to. Solar activity. There's no real genuine hardcore, like, this is what causes sporadic E openings. If we knew that, we could predict them better. There's a bunch of different theories about what causes them. There's some that are better than others, and there's some that show promise of being pretty good. But you'll get these openings, these clouds that pop up, and then they aren't static. They move, usually pretty fast, right? So you'll actually have an opening that might, like the one I was talking about from May 31st, it started out North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and then it got into Ontario and New York and that kind of stuff. It just literally moved west to east. And that's typically what normally we're going to see. Randomly, off the backside, I had a Wyoming show up. I don't know. Maybe there was another cloud that showed up randomly, and that can happen, and then poof, gone. So, and I haven't seen that on any other frequency. No signs of that northwest side of the opening on any other frequency except for that one. So, so it was a pretty good season overall for me. We had several openings. July was a little bit better than some of the other months, but they didn't seem like, I feel like the quality of the openings was better in June, but we had more openings in July. And then a lot of you guys had the Tropo stuff come in August, September. So we had those big heat domes over the United States kind of baking in, creating these amazing inversion layers that were just trapping these FM signals. And you were seeing people getting 900, 1,000 mile long Tropo on these openings. And that was nothing to no problem. Just seeing these big long haul Tropo catches. So we're going to talk about this logbook a little bit later on, and what all I've done to put it together and how it kind of works. But yeah, it was a pretty good FM season. So we have the Elad, we have the dipole up. We also have, thanks to our friend Les Rayburn, sent over a spare 9-element stereo probe 9 that he had. So that's up in the air, Yagi. That's my main kind of DX antenna that we have. I also have a 4-element Yagi and a Stellar Labs omnidirectional that I have on my RSP Duo that I inherited from Dad. That RSP Duo is currently set up on a Pi 400 Raspberry Pi server. Works really good. You connect through SDR Connect with it, which we're going to talk about in a second. I like SDR Connect, but there's some things they haven't done to it yet that they need to get done before FM season. So we've got the RSP Duo, we've got the AirSpy running the dipole for the auto logger, and we've got the Elad running the full band with the Yagi. So we've got FM covered here pretty well. I've also got a Sony XDR F1 HD sitting over here with a Faulkner loop that I built. It's up in the attic. I use that for my local HD stuff. So we've got FM covered. Like there's unless I get like a really big quad or something for FM. We shouldn't have any more FM antennas in the foreseeable future. So, or any other kind of stuff for FM. We should be set. So, really looking forward to this coming season to see what we can get in here. It's going to be pretty cool. And obviously, we'll be doing that together. I don't do live FMDX streams as much because it puts the channel at risk, because you have a lot of copyrighted current music on these channels, these frequencies, and so YouTube and others don't seem to like that too much. So I don't want to lose the channel. So I tend to not do live FMDX as much, unfortunately. I would love to do it during an opening, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm really looking forward. We just had a light little itty bitty. Normally we have a little bit of an E-skip opening season that happens in December. Didn't really have much this year. I saw the one opening that happened at like at 7 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Eve. Other than that, there wasn't a whole lot. So Tropo season should be gearing up in a couple of months here on the Gulf Coast, and for on the coastal ranges like the East Coast, Gulf Coast, you should start seeing that ramping up in March, April. So a couple months of dead time here to kind of get your stuff ready, get all your equipment ready to go, start those band scans, get those band scans done. Even if you've done one before, I'm going to redo mine because things may have changed. We have a station on 88.3 here locally that sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So I want to see if it's there now. So do those band scans. Even if you've done one, do it again, relearn your band, and you should be ready to go for the next FM season. So that's the FM recap real quick. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to tell you about our new website for our DX challenges. and where you go to register to become a submitter for your DX challenge logs. I'll show you the website, how to register, and what that's going to look like in a little bit. So again, don't go anywhere. More DX Central Live is coming up right after this, so stay tuned.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor Member Bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AMDX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AMDXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From the North Shore Studios, Mandeville, Louisiana, my friends, it's DX Central Live. Friday nights at 6:45 Central Time. That's 00:45 TC. All right, so I know we've got another top of the hour coming up here in a few moments. We're going to want to move to our new frequency, so I got to announce the frequency. So before we do that, I got to announce you a new website to go to. So we've been doing the Google form now for a couple of years, and it's worked well. It's done the purpose. It served its need to get the information to me so I could do the analysis and do all the stuff. But you had to enter your name every time. You had to enter your city and state every time, your email address, all these things. It was kind of a pain. Well, we're going to fix that. We're going to make that a lot easier. So it's with great excitement that I can now introduce you guys to our new website. It's going to be dxchallenges.com. dxchallenges.com. So you're going to have to register. If you want to participate in the challenges, you're going to have to register. But DX Challenges with an S, dxchallenges.com. Go there now. Go ahead and register. Go ahead and get your registration in, and that way you'll be ready for the new frequencies of the week coming up this week. I'm going to show you what this looks like. It's pretty cool. So let's go in here now. Just a couple of little guidance through here. You've got our medium wave frequency challenge. These are active challenges right now. The medium wave frequency challenge season 3. We've got our TIS hard challenge still going. That is still on the old Google form. I haven't migrated that over yet, but that is still on the old Google form. We have our, hey, there's the X Central Live talking about that. We have our previous challenges, which I haven't migrated those over either. We'll be doing that as we kind of go along. So you have historical data, all the record books and things like that. We'll be over here. We have a link here to our main website, dxcentralonline.com. and so forth. But you'll want to go up here to log in, register an account. And once you do that, you'll be able to go into the challenges area. And I'm going to go ahead and show you what that looks like. dxchallenges.com. Oops, I can't type nothing. So let me go ahead and log in. Take this off screen for a second. And then I think it was, this was my, you will have a CAPTCHA on there that you have to do. It shouldn't be too bad. Every once in a while it annoys me, but it's not every time. It's just kind of there. Like I'm having to do it right now. I'm incognito. There we go. Okay. So once you have registered, you'll log in. You can go here to the medium wave frequency challenge area, and you'll see here a nice big bloop bloop. This guy right here, which has a link for the current week. This will always be your current week. Right now, that link doesn't work. I know it doesn't work. It's on purpose because I haven't announced the new frequency yet. I have to do that first. So you'll want to make sure that you bookmark this right here. You'll want to log in. You can bookmark this site, but just log in. dxchallenges.com is where you want to bookmark, and then log in, and then you'll come here to the challenges, and you'll see the link for the current week. Eventually, I'll have all the previous weeks in here as well, so you can see all those. But right now, I have to transfer all that off to the Google form from this last week. It's going to be a pretty big project to build all the tables and charts and all that kind of stuff. So give you a little time for that part. But this current week, we'll start off fresh. So let me actually show you the form. I will show you here. Oh, I don't have it anymore. I took it. Oh, nope, I misspelled it. That's why. So let me show you what the form looks like. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I haven't put it up here. Have I? No, I haven't. Okay. I'll show you here in a minute when we do the new announcement, which I'll do here in a second, so we can just go ahead and do that. But it's super, super easy. It's got all your fields are in 2 columns, and you can just tab down the left column, down the right column. That's it. Okay. So let's go ahead now. Let's go ahead and announce our frequencies for next week. So we're coming out of the graveyard. Everybody dust off, get the dirt off of you. We're coming out of the graveyard, and we're going to shrink this down to just a handful of frequencies. It is a range, fortunately for you, Jeff. But it's not too bad. It's a manageable range. So let's go ahead and announce our new frequencies for the Medium Wave Frequency Challenge, Week 2. All right, so there you go. Week 2, we were going 900 to 940. And so that's a nice little tight little range of some regionals. Not a ton of stations on there, like you have with the graveyarders. So let me go ahead and update this now so we can go look at it together. 1 second. Let me take this down here. I'm going to go ahead and activate my link. Actually, it's over here already. Nice. Let me activate my link. 1 second. All right, so now it should be active. Now the link should be. So if I go into challenges, go to Medium Wave Frequency Challenge, click on my link. Here we go. So this is what you're going to see. This is mine that I have up here. It auto-populates for me based on what you put in your registration. Okay, it's going to auto-populate your name, your city, your email, your state, and your country. Okay, whatever you put in your registration, that's what's going to auto-populate. And then you'll see down here are your reception details. You have date, time, which you don't have to worry about the colon. You can just type in 200 and then move on. That's it. You'll see here we have our frequencies. I did populate both 9 and 10 kilohertz frequencies in here, so obviously just be careful when you're choosing your selection. Station call letters, station city, station state, country, which we have a nice little thing. And if you select other, it's going to say, oh yeah, which one? So, fancy, huh? The mileage from station. We do have the link here for the website that you can use to calculate that if you don't know. I've been using medium wave lists for mine. Seems to work fine. What you heard. Now, this next part right here is optional. You don't have to do the radio or the antenna if you don't want to. I think it's fun to look at what everybody's using. So I pre-populated what we were kind of using before on the Google form. I'm trying to find a way so that when you register, you actually select, like, here's what I'm using, right? I'm trying to find a way to tie that in to this form. I haven't been able to figure it out yet, but bear with me. Just keep with me. At least now we've got this top part done, right? I'm trying to figure out how to get this radio and antenna to pre-populate, so the only thing you see here are what you've given as the options, right? These are the 3 radios that I use and the 2 antennas that I have, so the only thing it shows you is those 3 and those 2, right? I don't know how to do that. Still working on it, but we'll get there. But this is the website. And then you'll also eventually see data tables down here that shows, like, how many logs you've heard. And you're also going to have the ability in here to be able to actually see all of the submissions that have been submitted for the log, right? Or for the challenge, and you can search it. So if you're like, hey, have I already submitted to be TAX? You'll be able to search that. There'll be a table here where you can search it. You can sort by your name, you can sort by call sign or frequency or whatever you want to do, but you can also sort and say, show me all of my logs. So I'm going to type in Lloyd in here. It shows me all of Lloyd's logs. You can type in by call sign or whatever. So you'll be able to double check and see, have I submitted this one already? You don't have to worry about it. You'll actually have the ability to see that on that table. So that's coming here pretty soon. All right, so go to dxchallenges.com, register, make sure you're in there, and it might take you a second or two. It took me a second or two to get a password that it liked. Sometimes it's a little finicky. Sorry, guys, it's WordPress. Not me, it's WordPress, I promise. But once you get in there and get that worked out, should be good to go, right? And then you just save your logs and your login information, rather, and then log in, and then you're in. You're having some fun. So hopefully this will make it easier for you guys to put your logs in for the challenge. I don't want to have any barriers to entry if I can potentially avoid it. I want to have it nice and easy for us all to do that together, and make it easy for us all to have fun and compare notes and do the challenges together. So again, dxchallenges.com. That's where you want to go. All right. So we got a top of the hour alert coming up. Before we do that, actually no, let's go ahead and do the top of the hour alert. Well, then we'll take a break after the top of the hour. We'll come back and we'll do our first round of shout outs. And then I've got a little primer for you on the online logbook. So if you were looking at that online logbook and you want to know how I put all that together, maybe you're wanting to try something similar, I'm going to show you how to use Google Suite as your best friend for online logbooks. From the form that you use to submit your logs, the sheet, and the Google site to put it all together. I'm going to show you how I do it. That way, if you want to do something similar, maybe we can all share it together. We can all see together what we're doing. Make it easier for us all to kind of talk about what we're hearing. Okay? All right, so let me go ahead and go to live mode here on my Jaguar. And you know what time it is, right? Time for some live DX. This time brought to you by the International Radio Club of America, ircaonline.org. That's where you want to go for more information about becoming a member of the club. And if you are not yet a member of the National Radio Club or the International Radio Club of America or WTFDA, the Worldwide TV FMDX Association, you're an FMDXer. If you're not a member of those clubs, and you're a US especially DXer, make sure you do that. Make sure you join those. You need to get in there. And I know over in the, I think it's UK, you guys have the Medium Wave DX Circle. Wherever you have your local area, if there's a DX club in your area, make sure you're becoming a member of those DX clubs. Support the people that support the hobby, right? These DX clubs, they don't make a fortune. They're not out there just like Google, making a ton of money. They're just doing it for the love of the hobby, like we are here. So make sure you're supporting the clubs, because that's how a lot of us, man, that's how we got started. That's where we learn a lot of what we know today about DXing is through the clubs. And they have all kinds of publications and resources and things like that. So I cannot tell you enough how important those clubs are to our hobby. So make sure you support them with your membership. They're not expensive, but you get a whole heck of a lot out of it by being a member. Okay, nationalradioclub.org. ircaonline.org. Those are the two for AMDX, and then for the Worldwide TV DX Association, the WTFDA. This is just WTFDA.org. So definitely make sure you join the club. All right, let's go ahead now and let's go down to live here. And let's go down to 900K, 900 kilohertz. Doop. And we're going to sit here and we're going to have a top of the hour alert coming up here in a couple minutes. So we'll get ready for that. But for right now, let's go ahead and just take a little browse to our main frequencies. So we're going to start on the 10Ks here and just kind of see what's around. And again, grab your radio, DX alongside with us. If you want to tell us in the chat what you're hearing, compare notes. Let's all do this together, guys. Let's see what we're hearing here. 900, let's start with you.
Esta premiación desafortunadamente no pudieron ser nominadas, como comentaba hace ratito.
I can tell you exactly what that is.
Lila Avilés de Totem no fue nominada.
That's XEW in Mexico, Mexico City, Distrito Federal. That's who that is. 900 is just absolutely dominated by Mexico here in Louisiana.
Para el Oscar ha sido nominado por otros sindicatos, y el mismo sindicato de películas independientes la tiene postulada. Y pues bueno, desafortunadamente ahorita a nivel latino nada más tenemos a Pedro Pascal, a Selena Gómez por la serie de Only Murders in the Building de HBO y la película española de J.A. Bayona que mencionábamos, La Sociedad de la Nieve. Son lo único latino que hay. Pero bueno, ojalá el próximo año esté ahí. Pero lo que sí te puedo decir a nivel de porras para los mexicanos es que se mencionó también entre pasillo la película de Eugenio Derbez de Radical y lo quieren mucho a Eugenio Derbez y él hizo proyecciones enfrente de la Asociación de los Globos de Oro, así como para los Oscar y demás. Es de que él es una persona, ya es un nombre.
All right, so there's casa, Mexico on 900. Let's see what's on 910.
Se considera alguien que trae un producto, se voltea.
Again, my antenna tonight is pointing primarily northwest. There will be some southeast on the back side of this still coming in because I don't have the null on the back side. But we do have the northwest coming in. So 910, Barry, my friend. I'm hoping we can get you San Andres y Providencia this week. So for those who aren't familiar, if you look over here on the map, down off the coast of Colombia, there's a little bloop right there. That is RCN radio out of the island of San Andres y Providencia. And it's a part of Colombia, the island is, and it's the Colombian network. RCN there is part of the Colombian RCN network. However, because it's its own little island like that, the ARRL and ham radio counts it as its own country. The National Radio Club, and I think the RCA as well, they all count San Andres as its own country. So if you hear this station 910 RCN radio San Andres y Providencia, you got a new country. It doesn't count as Colombia, it counts as its own country entity. It's like Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is part of the United States, right? It's a territory of the United States, but it counts as its own country, right? So yeah, we follow the same rules here with that one. So RCN here, own country, you were to hear. Let's see if we got it. We got 13 shout-outs so far, so if you haven't submitted your shout-out, go ahead and get it in. It's time, my friends. Let's fire off the alert. Top of the alert time means we're looking for IDs. We're sitting on 910 right now. Let's see if we hear Area CNA. Them. Right off the cuff. Got him right off the cuff. That's another clue that it's Area CNA. So real quick before we hit the top of the hour, why am I hearing these guys so well here? I have an antenna pointed southeast, so it's kind of pointed, let's see, 125. That's right about here. It's a little just off of this line that you see right here. So they're a little bit off to this southwest side of the antenna that I have right now. But look at nothing between me and them but salt water. And salt water is a tremendous amplifier of AM radio signals. So when you have a path of nothing but salt water between you and a station, you're more likely to hear it. We'll take a look at that, John. That's probably someone on 909. We'll take a look at that, see what we might have there for you. Welcome, Rick. Tess, welcome, my friend. So we got a lot of Area CNA radio IDs in there, and you heard the do-do-do-do-do, that little sounder right there. That's another easy clue that you've got them. I normally have Cuba in here, Radio Metropolitana, but they are not in tonight. So sometimes that happens. Sometimes I've noticed here, at least, the skip, normally, if it's a normal night, you'll get that stuff that's kind of closer in, right? Like Cuba, be really loud. And then other nights you tune in, and the Cubans aren't there, but you're hearing Colombia. And then other nights you tune in and Colombia's not there. You're hearing deeper into South America. Those are the good nights. Those are the ones that get me all excited. Let's take a look at 900 and see what we had as our top of the hour ID. If we had XEW give a nice ID so you guys know what to listen for here. Let's go back to top of the hour.
Comandos con cada uno de los miembros del equipo cuando el medidor de acción así lo permita. Uno de los principales cambios que veremos son los movimientos en equipo, la incursión de chocobos de colores, sí, aquellas simpáticas aves que hacen una suerte de caballo y sobre todo una historia que sin duda nos sorprenderá. Ya ni les digo de los visuales y efectos de sonido que definitivamente van a sacar lo mejor de la PlayStation 5, consola en la que saldrá en exclusiva. Mi nombre es Vladimir Arteaga y recuerda que si quieres más información sobre tecnología y videojuegos, me puedes encontrar en redes sociales como @Vivek, @B de bueno, Y, P de vaca, E de Ernesto, K de kilo.
And normally I would use my vactrol here to try to tighten up that back side of the antenna, right? To try to see if I can bring them down a little. Sometimes when they're right off to the side like that, that's a little tough because they're still kind of in the antenna pattern that you have. It's not a very narrow beam width off these antennas a lot of times. Sometimes you have some that are, like a beverage, very narrow beam width, kind of a rifle, as opposed to a shotgun. This is kind of somewhere in between. It's not like 180 degrees out, but it's kind of like, it's going to kind of get like this, like a nice wide open V. That's the antenna pattern it's going to get. It might get some stuff off to the side if that signal kind of creeps in from the side into that antenna pattern. So that's what we're getting here with XEW.
Mi estilo no tiene precio. Oportunidades únicas. Inicia el año estrenando y disfruta.
B de bueno, Y, E de vaca, E de Ernesto, K de kilo.
La tecnología que nos rodea por W Radio.
There it is.
Mi estilo.
Los gadgets que nos conectan y los juegos que nos desconectan. Los dispositivos del futuro con la inteligencia del presente. Tecnología W.
Este año ha sido uno de los más prolíficos en la industria de los videojuegos.
So let's talk a bit about these Mexican stations. So if you are listening and you think you might have a Mexican station, I'm going to show you a website here. You go to ircaonline.org. They have a Mexican log that has a list of all the different Mexican stations. It's a wealth of information, by the way. So you'll see here like all the information on all the individual stations on there. Tells you their power and some notes about them and things like that. Most of this is being fed by DXers, actually, who are hearing these stations in Mexico. Tim Hall puts this together among some other folks, and Tim does an amazing job with it. And a lot of this data comes from his own DX experiences. He goes out to the Nevada-Utah border, points a beverage down towards Mexico, and just cleans house, right? So he's kind of an expert. He also lives normally pretty close where he can hear Mexico pretty well. You'll also see some notes in here. You can see it by Mexican state and things like that. You'll see some notes here towards the back on Spanish language. So like eke u a, what that means, like how would you listening for the call letters, how to listen for them. And also this one's a big one for me. It tells you what to expect for the national anthem. The national anthem in Mexico plays almost every time around midnight local time, and then a couple other times as well. Most every station is required. I think every station is required to do the national anthem around midnight local time. So this will tell you there are different versions of the national anthem. Tell you what version it is. Sometimes they're long, sometimes they're short, sometimes it's instrumental, sometimes it's a children's choir, sometimes it's an adult choir. It tells you what to hear, what to listen for. And I'll tell you, those national anthems stick out like a sore thumb. So that makes it much easier to identify you're hearing a station from Mexico and you have that national anthem coming in. So definitely make sure you go to ircaonline.org, navigate to the publications, and get that Mexican log, and it'll be a huge help for you. Let's go to 9:20 now and see what we caught here top of the hour. A lot of static tonight. That's lightning, guys. That's lightning off the coast. We normally don't have that going on. But hey, it's a DX Central Live tradition. Whenever we broadcast, we seem to bring the lightning with us. Typically here, this is Arkansas. KARN is who I would normally hear, especially on Northwest Wire. This might be, is it Atlanta? No, there's a station here that has Catholic programming. I think maybe it's KYST. I have to go back and listen to a bit more, but it's a little bit weak right now with some of the lightning crashes. So let's go to our next frequency here, 930, and see what we can. That's Jacksonville. WFXJ. Let's go back here and do that again. that's Jacksonville. That's the VFXJ. Let's now go and take a look at 940. I'm going to go ahead and warn you, this one is local, so this one's going to be pretty loud. This is local WYLD in New Orleans. I'm not going to play all the audio here. I'm going to try to talk on top of some of it because I don't want to get that copyright hit on the channel. We're going to see if we can't fast forward to the ID, though.
Get up with.
Here we go.
WYLDAM New Orleans is Hallelujah 940, an inspiration station. Home of Get Up with Erica Campbell. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Listen on iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Free never sounded so good.
Hallelujah940.iheart.com.
If you listen closely there, I'll play back for a second. During that ID, you'll hear an accordion in the background.
iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Free never sounded so good.
Hallelujah940.iheart.com.
So that accordion in the background is XEQ out of Mexico. They're underneath there on 940. That's the other station that we usually get here on 940. So 900 to 940. Sean says he cannot get to the new data entry page. So let's go look at that together. Troubleshoot this guy. All right. So I'm here. Go to challenges. Active challenge, medium wave frequency challenge. I should see a screen here that says season 3. Nice big logo here. Click on that sucker. That takes me to week 2. Oh, I see what you're saying now. Okay, I got you. I'll fix that. I'll fix that sucker. That's my bad. When I duplicated the form, I forgot to change the settings on it. I'll fix that. Let me actually do that right now. EXChallenges.com. Do that. So while I'm doing that, you guys sit here and listen to me change settings. While we do that, okay. We're gonna do some looking here in a little bit at we're gonna look at another SDR program. So we've been looking at the Jaguar program here with our Perseus and our we've been looking at our Perseus and our Superloop. We're going to change it up here in a little bit. We're actually going to go to our Elad FDMS3, and we're going to do that with our Superloop out in the front yard, and we're going to bring in our new PA0 RDT mini whip antenna. That is sitting about 45 feet in the air up in a tree. I just used some rope, got that sucker up there, and we are putting that through a phasing unit. So I want to show you guys some phasing techniques and some what phasing can do for you. So we're going to look at that here in a little bit. Let me things. While I do that, go back over. Back to 920. Try again, Sean. Nah, I need to refresh, but try it again. Yeah, I'm getting it now. So you should be good now. Okay. Let's go over here and move to the new SDR here. Like the wallpaper there? Go ahead and move this over here. So we got our Elad FDMS3 we're going to bring up now. And let me show you guys an example of what this sucker can do.
Whole thing, and they wrote that off.
Yeah. Okay. So for time.
So again, right now, what antennas I'm running? I have a PA0 RDT mini whip up in the air, omnidirectional, looking in all directions. I have a 15 by 50 Superloop pointing 263, 283, I think 263. Yep, 263 degrees, just south of west, out in the front yard. My neighbors love that one. So right now, let me show you the example of kind of what we have here, and I'm going to show you what you need to do to be able to do phasing. I have this running through a quantum phaser, but these same exact techniques work with an MFJ-1026. Make sure you check out the video we have here on the website about modifying the MFJ-1026 to be able to work on the AM band. But if you pick up one of these MFJ-1026s, they work great, and the same techniques work on the MFJ that works on this quantum. I know Stephanie has the NEC, the DX Engineering phaser. I don't have one of those, but I'm sure probably the same techniques work. So Stephanie, you can confirm in the chat here if I'm in line with what we usually do here. So the first thing that I want to make sure that I'm doing when I have phasing is you have to level set. You have two antennas picking up the same signal that you want to get rid of, okay? If you can't hear that signal you want to get rid of in both antennas, not going to work. So let's say in this case, I'm trying to get rid of WLAC on 1510 and hear what's underneath it, hopefully Ecuador, okay? So in order for me to do that, I have to be able to hear WLAC in both antennas. So that's number one. Number two is I want to make sure, okay, if I hear them in both antennas, I need to level set it so it's the same strength in both antennas. Now, there are some phasers that kind of do that automatically. You don't have to do the level set. Like the Lankford-Misek kind of assumes you have the same signal strength, the two same antennas, basically. Let's say you have two CAS antennas with the same amplifier on both, pointing the same direction. The Lankford-Misek phaser, which I have one sitting over here, it assumes that those are going to be level set gain, and so all you're really playing with is the phase. You have more phase control. But this one, the quantum phaser, I have to level set. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to start in my first antenna, antenna A, and I'm going to look at my S meter here, okay? So this number right here, this negative 33.22, that is my signal strength. What I want to do is let's go ahead and get this set here. I want to notate what my signal strength is. So about 34, 33, 34, somewhere in there, as close as I can possibly get to that. It's going to change, but somewhere in that neighborhood. Then I switch over to my other antenna that I'm using, in this case, the mini whip. And now it's at negative 46, negative 45, somewhere in there. I need to get both antennas to be similar. So I'm pretty close to maxed out here on this mini whip. So I'm just going to level set this one here at 43, 44. So now I'm going to go back to my West CAS, and I want to set this one to 43, 44 dB here. That's what I want to do. I'm turning the knob on my phaser here, the gain or the volume knob here on this antenna to bring it down until it matches. Now we're at 44.1. Over here, we're at 43. So I might have gone a little too far. Let me back this back a little bit. I need this to be as close as possible to the other antenna. They need to be very, very similar. So that should probably be pretty 43.5, 44.3. This one's at 43.9, 46. Okay, that's close enough. Okay. So now I've got them relatively level set. So now I'm going to, on my phaser, and again, the MFJ works pretty similar. There's different knobs and things like that on different phasers, but this is how this is going to work. I'm going to now engage this so I'm getting the signal from both antennas. Okay. So let me show you the audio, what this sounds like. So here's the LAC on antenna A, which is the Super.
Paid advertisement. NMLS ID 1591.
Now let's go to the antenna B, which is the mini whip.
Equal housing lender. 1749
Okay,
Mallory
about equal.
Lane, Suite 100,
Now I'm going to switch it to both.
Tennessee,
We're going to start engaging some phasing.
We all make
And what we're basically trying to do is phase out the LAC signal.
Most of them won't stick, but here's one that's not
Okay,
only easy
so now I'm
to keep,
adjusting my
will help you
phase.
feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick drug-free nasal relief. When everyone is sick.
Okay, so now I've got that in. Now, let me mute this for a second. So once you've kind of got that kind of peak of null, and I know I've peaked the null here because my signal strength went down, right, to negative 54 now. So when you start to see that start to climb back up again, like it's doing right now, go the other way. So you get it to a peak, and when you see it start to climb back up again, go back the other way. You're looking to bottom this sucker out as much as you possibly can. So right about there, that's bottom. Now, I'm not going to touch my phase. I'm going to go back to my gain on my antenna the one that I adjusted the gain for, because I'm using my mini whip as my main antenna, and I'm gain setting my Superloop to the mini whip. Okay, so I'm going to adjust the gain on the Superloop to try to bottom it out. So I'm going to very, very lightly adjust my knob here, going up, kind of going down a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to bring it back down again. If it starts going up, you go the other way. Now I'm going the other way. And it's going back up again. So I'm going to go back the other way. And when I find my bottom piece right about there, I stop. Now I go back to my phase knob, and I'm doing the exact same process. Very, very small movement. I'm going to move it up. And I see that my number is going back up again. I go down. Going back up again. So right about here, you can keep playing this back and forth game for a while. Right about here or so, that should be my max null depth, right about in here. And you don't hear WLAC at all. Right? I completely got rid of WLAC. You can do this. You don't have to have the S meter. You can do it by your ears. It works much, much better and much more effectively and quicker if you're using the number. You have an SDR that has an S meter. That's my only complaint with Jaguar, is their S meter not super good for phasing. I wish they had a more accurate S meter like we have here in console and other software. If they did, that'd be perfect. But they don't, so you have to kind of ear it and you kind of eyeball it a little bit with your ears. But that is how I just got rid of WLAC. To reveal a station underneath, and hopefully it's Ecuador, probably Mexico. Hopefully it's Ecuador. And there you go. That's it. That's phasing. So the MFJ-1026 is a great one. I have one sitting right over here I use for my W6 LVP loops. I'm hearing good things about the DX Engineering one that you guys, some of you guys have, and Jeff and Stephanie both have. If you can find a Quantum that someone has resold, like on the market, you can find someone who's selling one of their old Quantum phasers, grab that sucker while you can. If you see somebody like Everett or some of these other folks out there, N4CY, Everett, or these other folks out there selling built Lankford-Misek phasers, definitely grab one of those if you can afford it, because man, it is a fantastic. I got one sitting right here. It's fantastic. So yeah, there's not a lot of these phasing options out there. Now there are some digital phasing options that are in the market. There's about to be a new Perseus sometime in here at some point that's going to have independent channels, independent receivers. So you'll have like an antenna going into one receiver and an antenna going to the other receiver on one little box. And you can use what's called diversity. So you can actually do some digital phasing that way. You can also do the same thing with the RSP Duo. I haven't played with that very much on the AM side. I did a little bit on the FM side because I have two FM antennas coming in on that one. And it's pretty cool. It's a little click and drag in a direction, and as you click and drag it around, you can get closer to the outside or closer to the middle of the circle. That adjusts your gain, and then your phase changing. You're changing the angle of the phase as you go around in the circle. So you can use that and kind of go in and around the circle to try to find the sweet spot to get rid of a station you want to get rid of. That's how it basically works. So it's very, very similar to what I just did, but it's more digital click and drag with a mouse. So that's, if you're interested in these concepts, that's a good one to try. Is the RSP Duo.
I know Rick Knuth also talks about using Linrad. I haven't played with that yet. I want to do some playing with Linrad. You basically take either in a live situation where you have two independent receivers, or if you have a file you want to try to do some phasing with it using Linrad, you can do that. So I don't know anything about that yet. I haven't played with it yet, but that's apparently another option. So there are some options. There's also the AirSpy code channel canceller, which works really, really well, especially with strong stations. So if you have like a really strong station or a dominant station or a local station, the code channel canceller in AirSpy's SDR Sharp software works really well for that. They also have one for FM too. That's how I actually heard Ecuador for the first time, is I used it to get rid of WLAC, and there was Ecuador. So I can vouch. You can get it to work. Sometimes the settings are a little tricky to work, and sometimes it works better with some stations than others. But when you get it to work, man, it is fantastic. Take you back to week 1. Thank you, Bill. I will do that. I'll find that setting, Bill. I'll do that. That's is import. Can't remember where that setting lived. All right, let's do a quick break, and when we come back, we are going to look at some logbook stuff. I talked a bit earlier. I showed you guys my logbook and what I did for FM. I can also, you'll see it in the video here on the AM side. So we're going to talk a bit about Google Suite and how I've used that to develop an online logbook that I can use, not only submit my logs and track all that stuff, but also be able to do the analysis so that I can see like how many I've heard per state and per country and that kind of stuff. And you don't have to do anything. You just submit the log and it updates it all for you. So we're going to talk a bit about that. So don't go anywhere. Right back with more DX Central Live.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor Member Bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AMDX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AMDXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios here in Mandeville, Louisiana. And I think normally we usually wrap things up around 9 o'clock Central Time. I'm probably going to go past that a little bit tonight. It's been a while since we've been together, so we got so much to get to. I don't want to try to cut it off too short. So if you're good with sticking around with us tonight, we'll be here with you for a little while. So before we get started, I talked about our logbooks. I want to start looking at that online logbook stuff and kind of show you the process that I did for building that. But before we do, let's have some fun. Shall we? Want to have some fun? I think I want to have some. Before I do that real quick, though, I want to remind you guys, don't forget, go ahead and go to the website, dxcentralonline.com, to find, if you're new to the stream, you're new to the channel, make sure you go to our main website because we've got a lot of great resources to teach you about DX. Also, on our YouTube channel, we have a lot of videos on our DX 101 playlist to teach things like some different antenna builds, tips and tricks on DXing and using various online resources and things like that. So make sure checking out both here on our YouTube channel for those of you watching on YouTube, as well as our main website. Again, that's dxcentralonline.com. That's where you want to make sure you go because there's lots of stuff there about propagation. We've got some equipment reviews, band scans, all kinds of stuff. So, and if you're wanting to be part of our medium wave frequency challenge, don't forget to go ahead now and go to dxchallenges.com and register because we've got the new website up and running. We're ironing out a couple of wrinkles, but we're getting there. So just make sure you go to the website. That's dxchallenges.com to register so you can be part of our medium wave frequency challenge. Again, this week we're doing 900 to 940 kilohertz. So we'll be around those frequencies. So let's have some fun though, because it's been a while. Got to dust off the old chainsaw, get the passport stamp ready, and maybe we might even see a moose or two. Let's see. Do we have any moose? Meese? I don't really see much in there. Maybe we have to make that work. Okay. Let's start off. We're going to our shout out form. And again, if you want to get your shout outs in here, if you've got a new country, new log, new state, new Mexican state, all those different things we talked about, make sure you submit your shout out. I'll put the Google form on the chat right now. Boom, there it is. So go to the Google form and submit that sucker, and we're going to get shout-outs in as we go along here the rest of the night. So, without further ado, let's go ahead. And I'm going to start from the top. I'm just going to start from the top and work my way down. So, I used to try to save some, kind of build suspense and things like that, but we're just going to work our way down from the top. Our friend Barry Banks in Crossville, Tennessee, you're first up on the shout-out list, my friend. We've got not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 new countries to stamp on your passport today. Let's talk about those new countries. Dominican Republic on 700. Honduras on 550 and 840. Haiti was in there too, right? Was Haiti a new one on 840? I can't remember if that was brand new or not. British Virgin Islands, 780. This is one on my list, guys. ZBVI on 780 down in the British Virgin Islands. A lot of folks are hearing them. They sign off around 0200 UTC, so they would have just signed off about 30 minutes ago. Play God Save the King right there at the top of the hour during their sign off. But definitely make sure if you're looking for a new, it's on my stalker list now. I'm stalking this station. 780 British Virgin Islands, 750 Argentina, 1566 Benin. Got them when I was in Charleston. And the big one here at a distance record for Barry of 7,070 miles, Tonga. 1017. Buddy, we're stamping some passport here for you, man. Good job, Barry. And And there you go, stamped on that passport to 6 new countries. Damn. 1017 Tonga. That's also now on my stalker list. Once I get my Southwest antenna back up, had it damaged in the storm today. It actually came down earlier today. We had a big windstorm come through and took it down. So I got to put the Northeast Southwest CAS up. But once I do, guess what I'll be looking for? Tonga 1017. Ooh, yeah, Charles, you definitely should. That's in your wheelhouse. You should have a shot at them from where you are. So good job, Barry. I think we got some other ones on here for you as well. Yeah, we got some FM shout outs, but those, man, that's pretty good. Pretty good stuff right there. So congratulations, my friend. Next on the list, we got our friend Sean Cusco. Sean, you're up now for some stuff. Let's talk about it. Since the last live stream on May 5th, I have achieved the following milestone, says Sean. 220 new logs. Let's start there and get that chainsaw on, folks. Yeah. 220 new logs since May. Damn, dude. 4 new states, Arizona, Connecticut, South Dakota, and Utah. Now puts him at 40 states, my friend. That is freaking awesome. There we go. New states. We're not done. 2 new countries, Bonaire and Ecuador, puts him at 11 new countries, or 11 countries in the logbook. For Sean, let's stamp your passport. Yes, sir. I gotta find us an empty page here. Let's find us somewhere to do this. That looks good. Grab the stamp, and that's your passport stamp. And finally, 500 unique logs overall, 506 examples as of 1/1/24. So I'm sure you probably got some more since then. I don't have a fancy one yet for 500 and 1,000, all those. I'm working on that for some of those milestone ones, but let's give him a big, huge applause here for 500 stations logged for Sean there in Champaign, Illinois, my friend. Good job on 220 new logs, 4 new states, 2 new countries, and over 500 logs heard from Illinois. David P, our friend up in Old Town, Maine. We got you here, bud. All right, getting myself ready for 2 new states, KGYN 1210 Oklahoma, and finally Delaware 1410 WILM. My friend, we are hitting the fireworks. Yeah, buddy. Fireworks for David up in Old Town, Maine. Guess what? He's not done. 3 new countries, including Ecuador on 1510, Radio Monumental. Love that station. Dominican Republic, 870, Radio La Vega. Love to hear that station. Come on, WWL. I just need a silent period. Just give me, like, one night off the air. And then, look at this. Moldova, 999 kilohertz, Radio Rossi. We're stamping your passport big time, bud. You're up in the house now. And we gotta find that spot here. And now your passport is stamped. So good job, David, up in Old Town, Maine, helping us out on the medium wave frequency challenge, by the way. So we get all those New England states that none of the rest of us can hear, like Maine and New Hampshire and Vermont and Nova Scotia. All those and the rest of us can't hear. He's getting those in there for us. So thank you, my friend. Tom Laskowski, South Bend, Indiana. You're up to bat now. During the current graveyard challenge, it added 16 all-time new graveyarders. So let's start there. Sawdust time, baby. And now we're going to also add a new chainsaw action here for Tom. 80-time all-time new one so far this DX season. Yes, righteous. Yeah, buddy. And on December 3rd, 2023, I, along with many others, says David, added a new country, Ecuador, with Radio Monumental 1510. Guys, love seeing that one. Love seeing that one out there in the logbooks. Let's get that passport stamp for you, David. Let's find that blank page, grab the stamp, and there you go, my friend. Got you in there. Congratulations, David. Good, or Tom, rather. Good job. All right, let's do one more. And actually, let's do one more, and then we're going to come back in and do another round here in a little bit, right? So let's go ahead into Bill up in Michigan. Bill added the new W6 LVP loop over the summer. Fantastic. Better than MLA 30, huh? I love that loop. I love the W6 LVP. Got 2 of them up here in the house. Since October 1st, and as of the writing on January 4th, have heard 187 new stations. 187 new stations since he got that antenna. I'm saying, whoa. And added new countries of Ecuador, Dominican Republic, and Argentina. Bill, my man. Yes, sir. We're going to stamp your passport too, my friend. Let's get it in here. Let's find us a nice blank page. And there you go. It is amazing what a difference a good quality antenna can do for DX. And if you're looking for a good quality antenna, you can ask in the chat. I've got a bunch of people that are going to vouch for me here. The W6 LVP loop is very, very hard to beat. It's not a beverage. Not a beverage. It's not a Kaz. It's not a DKaz. It's a damn good loop, though. And it's going to get you a lot of DX. So I highly recommend it. If you're looking for a nice broadband loop antenna that doesn't require any tuning or anything, it's a set it and forget it guy. Get your W6 LVP loop. Larry Plummer makes a really quality product. I'm not getting paid for this. I just like the product. I've got 2. Mom's got 2. I got a couple portables laying around. We're a big fan of this antenna here in the Van Horn family. I can tell you that. All right, so that is our first round of shout-outs. We've got Stephanie and some more Barry FM stuff coming up. We've got Jeff in here, Adrian, Niall. We got a bunch of folks coming up here in the next round, and so don't you go anywhere. We want to make sure we get some support to these folks as well. But before we get any further in the program, I want to go ahead and let's talk about logbooks. So I showed my FM logbook earlier. I got an AM one as well. And I've had a lot of people ask me about how I put these things together. What's the process? What am I using? Things like that. Before we dive into this video here where I kind of walk through that, you will also want to make sure that you check out on our YouTube channel. I've got a couple of videos about logbooks, including one devoted specifically to data analysis of a 3-part series on data analysis, on how to do pivot tables and VLOOKUP and all those different kinds of things, right? And taking data from an external source like Mike Westfall's website, and pulling that data into your logbook and using that to pull in things like distance and bearing and percent of states heard and all that kind of stuff, right? We talk about those in those YouTube videos, so definitely check those out. But here, let's go ahead and take a look now at using Google Suite, G Suite, for your AM, FM, TV, whatever, shortwave, ham radio, I don't care what it is. You want to get a nice self-made logbook and have it with all the tables and the analysis and everything else. You don't want to pay anything for it. You want to build it yourself? I got you covered. Let's take a look. So I have shared with quite a few of you guys my online logbooks, and I get a lot of questions about them and how they're designed and all that kind of stuff. So I wanted to share a little bit about my current setup, because I've changed it a bit since I did my series of videos on logbooks and online logbooks and data analysis. I've changed my process quite a bit since those videos. Those are still really, really great to go back and watch them, because they're going to teach you things on how to build pivot tables and VLOOKUP and all that kind of stuff, which are all fundamentals that you absolutely want to have if you're going to get into data analysis of your logbooks and build some of the stuff we're talking about. But there are some updates, so I want to kind of touch on those here and give you some insight into kind of what I'm doing today. So I was a paper log guy until actually about last year. I finally put the pen down and said, that's it. I'm not doing this anymore. I'd been using data driven like logbooks, like digital, right, online or in a program for about 2019 or so, as I finally built out a Microsoft Access database when I was in Charleston to go and use that. So I've been kind of toying around with it for a while, and it was a very manual process. I had all the data in a database. I'd export it out of the database into a spreadsheet, and then once I had the spreadsheet, I built all my tables and do my analysis. But every time I wanted to do my analysis, I had to redo that process. I had to build all that out again from scratch, because it was not updating my tables when I would add new data. So I was always looking for a way to have everything all I have to do is just add a log to the logbook, and it does everything for me. It does all my calculations for me. I didn't have to do anything. So while this is not perfect, it's not 100% to that point just yet. I'm sure there's ways I could make it better, but this is as close as I've gotten to exactly what I'm looking for, and it's pretty good. There's a couple of small steps I have to do, but it's pretty robust at this point. I've tried to really narrow it down as much as I possibly can. So let me kind of show you the three main elements of what I use. I use the Google G Suite for all my online logbook stuff. I use a Google form to enter my logbook entries that I'm hearing into my logbook. Starts here with a Google form. Looks just like this. Those entries then go to a spreadsheet here, a form response tab here on this spreadsheet. I then copy those entries into my actual logbook, and I'll tell you why I do that here in a few moments. You wouldn't have to necessarily do this step, but I do for a very specific reason. And then, tied to this sheet and all the different tabs I have here with all my different analysis tables and charts and things like that, I have a Google site that has all those tables and charts that I want to use installed on the site, and it automatically updates because it's tied to the sheet, which is tied to the form. So when I update a new entry on the form, it updates my sheet, and then all the tables get updated. So once the tables get updated, the Google site gets updated with all the new data. So this is current as of my most recent log, right? That's the beauty of this. I don't have to really do anything to get all these data tables to update of how many I've heard per state, how many graveyards per frequency have I heard, how many different Mexican states have I heard, and how many in each Mexican state. All these different things that you see here, with a few exceptions I'll kind of point out. Most of this is all automatically updated as data is entered into my logbook. So it's really, really powerful. This is the AM side. Look at this one. The FM side is just, this absolutely baffles me how much I've been able to squeeze into this logbook and all the different data tables and charts and maps and everything else. Every time I sit down and I do more logging and updating my stuff, I'm looking at the data. I think, oh, what if I looked at it this way? I think of a new way to kind of slice the data and look at. So I'm constantly adding more charts to this as I go along. So this was the most recent one here. General percent of Louisiana stations logged. Recently did that one. So, and we talk about that in that data analysis, logbook analysis video. We talk about how to take data and that exists if you have access to some data on the total population of stations that are there on a frequency or a state or whatever, how then to compare that to your logbook and see what's the percentage you have. So go check out that logbook analysis video if you haven't done so before. It's here on our YouTube channel. So let me go back here and show you now the process that I have. It starts and ends, right? It starts with this Google form that I showed you a second ago. So the Google form, I basically have fields for things like frequency, call sign, city of license, state, country, all these different things, date, time. There's a few fields I'll kind of call out here in a few moments when I kind of walk through this for very specific reasons why I track them, but you build this out the way that you would want for you. And so here is the area. So all you need is a Google account. It's all free. Okay, it's all free and it all lives online. So everything is there online anytime you need to be able to get to it. So as long as you have internet access, you can get your logbooks. Every once in a while, because I'm paranoid, I will export this master logbook. All right, I will export this out and I will download a copy of this into an Excel format, and I'll also do another PDF format as well. I will do this about once a month or so, depending on how often I'm updating it. If I'm updating a lot, I might do it more than once a month, but about once a month or so, I will go in here and I will export out my logbooks just so I have a copy on my computer, just in case. You never know, right? So I wouldn't want the internet to no longer be a thing because of an EMP blast, and now I can't access any of my logs. I just wouldn't want that. So the Google form, this is where it starts. So I'll show you how I do this. So you start with a blank form. It's pretty easy, and you call it whatever you want. This is going to be Lloyd's Test AM Logbook. You can change the colors and the theme. Like, for instance, if you go up here to this little painter's canvas thingy here, or the palette, I can choose an image if I want to. They have some built in here, but you can also upload your own if you want. And then you hit insert, and now, boom, you have a header that's got whatever you wanted up there, right? And you can change the colors. You can change the background color as well. It's going to usually try to kind of mirror whatever colors you have as predominant in your image up here is what it's going to usually try to do. And then from there, you can add a description in. And you can see there's all kinds of formatting options here on the text. And then you start building your questions out. So, for instance, date of reception. Now, how smart is this Google stuff? Well, it sees that I said the word date in my field, so it automatically changes this to a date field where I enter the month, day, and year of my reception. It automatically does that. Now, you can mark these as being required if you want them to have to be filled in, or you can say no if you don't want them to have to be filled in, if you want them to be optional. You can also add in, I'll look at this here in a second, you can include the time all in one. I keep it separate. Date and time, I include all that separate, or I keep that separate rather, for very specific reasons. I want to make sure my data is isolated so I have more options to be able to pivot it and do things I want to do with it. And then to add another question, I just hit the plus sign. Now we can do like time, and watch this. It says, oh, you're talking about time. I'm going to make this a time field. And now I can do like call sign or station name, because there are times when there is no call sign, so you have to use like station name. I'm thinking of the rebellities and things like that down in Cuba. And what I usually do on those is because I have logic on my spreadsheet that basically is looking for duplicates. So if I have Radio Relo as my station name, it's going to look at all those as duplicates. So I don't want that. It's messy. So I just put like Radio Relo parentheses 570, Radio Relo parentheses 950, right? When a frequency it's on. So if you have those networks where you have more than one like that and you're using network names, you can do something like that. But you can also put in these data validation pieces here. So for instance, let's say instead of call sign, let's say this was miles. I want to put in how many miles it is from this station to my house. You can basically say this needs to be a number that is greater than 0. So you can force it to say it has to be a number greater than 0. It has to be a number. So if you were to type in like 200 miles, it's going to kick it out. It's not going to let you do it because it's only looking for numbers here, right? So you can use that to help you kind of keep things tidy. Because I will say one of the things that can be tricky when you're doing like pivot tables and things like that is it's going to do exactly what you tell it to do. And so if you're trying to count, let's say by miles, and you have like 1,000 miles with just the 1,000, and then you have another one that's like 1,002 space miles, that second one, it's not going to like that. It's going to kick that out as a whole separate thing when it should be combining them, because maybe if you have 1,000 and 1,000, those should both be one entity on the table. But if one says 1,000, one says 1,000 miles, it's not going to like that. It's going to be two separate entities. We run into this sometimes on the medium wave frequency challenge. Folks will misspell their name sometimes, just kind of fast typing, right? And so I'll have like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and we'll pull it here. So that's, oops, my volume down here. So that's a little video that I'm gonna put up on the YouTube channel. It's a little preview for you guys talking about the online logbooks and how I built that with the Google form, the Google Sheets, the Google Sites. It goes into much more detail and talks about the sites, the sheets, how to link that with the form, and then how to link the sheets with the site and how to build the tables and stuff. So I'll be putting that up on the YouTube channel here after a little while, but I think it's something that if you're interested in kind of building a logbook that you can have all those analysis tables automatically do it all for you, it's definitely something worth putting some time and some effort into. You can go out and buy some software that'll do that for you, but if you're kind of a DIYer like I am, wanting to do it on the cheap, and you maybe have some comfort level with spreadsheets and building charts and things like that, I'm a huge fan. I'm a big fan, and recommend doing that whenever you can. We'll do one quick break. And hey, Mike, nice to see you in there, man. When we come back, we'll do another top of the hour alert. We got that coming up here in a little bit. We're gonna go back to our frequencies 900 and 940, or 900 through 940, I should say. I just went out and put the vactrols back on my my two antennas, so I can actually try to dial in some resistance on the backside and null out stuff to the southeast and see what we can hear up to the northwest on our big antenna. And we got more shout outs and more coming, so we're nowhere even close to being done with this sucker. So don't go anywhere, my friends. We got much more DX Central Live heading your way right after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor Member Bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AMDX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AMDXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana. Every Friday night at 0045 UTC, we gather to talk about DX, AM, FM. Sometimes we even talk shortwave. We talk ham radio sometimes. Who knows? We just like radio around here. And maybe even a little TV. I do have a TV autologger up and running I haven't talked about yet. We had so much. It's been so long since seeing you guys. So we're gonna talk a bit here in this next hour, a bit more about that PA0 RDT Minuet because I'm really kind of loving this thing. Actually, I'm gonna tell you guys how I put it up in the air and what I used to do that with because it actually worked out much better than I thought it would. It actually was perfect. But before we do that, you know what time it is, my friends. Top of the hour alert time means we're looking for AM radio stations. Identify themselves at the top of the hour. We're going to start off on. Let's go back to since we did 910 last time. We heard Columbia in there, San Andreas and Providencia. Let's go back to 910 because I do have my vactrol on now, so I want to see if I can get rid of those guys on the backside and hear something up northwest. Let's take a look. I haven't even talked about New Year's Eve yet. Oh, so much to talk about. We're going to talk about New Year's Eve too next hour. That's most likely Columbus. I'm not getting super sharp at all. There's a little bit of one there. That's Willie Colon. And your All-Stars. Is that Dia de la Suerte? Yeah. El Dia de mi Suerte. Yeah, yeah. I love Willie Colon and the Fanny All-Stars. It's always a treat when I get to hear him on the air. El Dia de mi Suerte. There's actually a guy from Colombia that actually introduced me to Willie Colon. Okay, let's check 920 now. I need to may go check that connection on that vactrol. I'm not getting very deep nulls on the backside, not very noticeable. I should be. Kind of rushed the install on that again. And I stepped in a big puddle of mud when I did it. Now my feet are covered in mud. Alright, let's go to 9:30. Okay, so vactrol is working there. I can hear it. Because there we have Spanish station. When I do the null, I don't. So let's see if we can hear who this is. Hey, is this Oklahoma City? You actually don't have to be KY yet. I got a good story about WFAW I'll share with you guys.
So the Thunder on what has been just a scattershot overall night, a night on which
let's cross our fingers here.
One quarter, 39-21 have never fully recovered, as for a second straight game was not bringing the energy needed to compete from the outset. 18.5 split, the Thunder now 21-113.
Data from the CDC shows between Christmas and New Year's, 38 states high or very high levels for respiratory illness, fever, cough, and other symptoms. That's up from 31 states
just found one, Keegan, on Amazon for $10. Little red light there. I'm gonna pick it up.
Flagger Republicans threaten the very foundation of our republic. Nowhere to hide.
And here's Sunday.
On my property, military style soldiers pointing an automatic rifle at my head. Maybe other people grew up in, but not my American.
I don't know why I never thought of that. DX Dog's in the room. Sounds like OKC has disappeared.
263 people dozens of foreigners gathered outside City Hall earlier this week for a candlelight dinner.
I don't know who this is on SRN.
The 2023 homicide victims, Red Elad. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott says his administration has an anti-violence strategy. He said it's working. Quoting the mayor, finally seeing those efforts pay.
Take a look at Tim's site, see if he has any info on it. Terrell Hills, Texas. So that probably is Terrell Hills. Wish OKC would come back. I want to get that ID so I can put them in the log and have that one to submit for the challenge. So it is the BKY, Oklahoma City.
Ball with 3 seconds to play. A 3 would have tied to force overtime. Shot by Isaiah Joe on good execution. Did not.
They're on the official Thunder website network.
Rest of New York City yesterday came and lacked energy from the outset tonight and paid a dear price as they fell behind.
But see what it says here?
That's who shot the ball well.
Spanish language broadcast of home games.
Themselves behind by as many as 32 on the night. Again, a strong rally, but fall short as they drop a 124-115 verdict to the Brooklyn Nets tonight at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Falling to 23-11 on the season now through 34 games. The Nets improved to 16-20 as they snapped their 5-game losing streak. Nets led by Spencer Dinwiddie and Nick Claxton, who had 23 points apiece. Claxton also a double-double, 13 rebounds, 8 of which came offensively. He had 1 steal on the night. 17 from Mikal Bridges among starters. Off the bench, Cam Thomas.
Oh, Whataburger.
His recent wrongs. He missed 20 consecutive shots entering the night.
Whataburger.
He made 6 of 9 first half shots, including 3 3-pointers, has 16 at the break. Wound up with 19 overall. Dennis Smith Jr. a double-double with 13 points.
I haven't had Whataburger in
12 rebounds, including 1 big offensive board late. It resulted in a stick back that preserved the Nets.
All those in-and-out people.
Smith as well tonight with 2 steals.
Whataburger's where it's at.
45% of his overall shots, attempting 7 points. The Thunder converting 4 fewer. They were 41 of 91. That included 5-4 made 3-pointers, 14 of 39 from distance. For the Nets, Thunder 9 of 31 from beyond the arc. Also converting 12 for free throws, 28 of 33.
Waiting on that ID now.
Thunder were 16 of 24. Brooklyn had 15 more rebounds, 51
This will be a new one.
Thunder, that included 20 offensive boards and translated to 30 second chance points. That's with 25 assists, 9 steals, 2 block shots, and 15 turnovers, counting for 20 Thunder points.
5 guys. Yeah, 5 guys can get it.
Shea over 25th time this season, which leads the league. Also had 9 rebounds and 6 assists. No steals for the 3rd time in 4 games. Shea, he was 11 of 19 shooting, 2 of 5 on threes, 1 of 15 foul shooting. A rare pop. Foul shooting by Shea reflected in his 67% efficiency there. Thunder made 67% of their overall free throws as well. Chet Holmgren had 17.6 rebounds, 3 assists, a steal, and a block. Made 8 of 15 shots, missed all 4 of 5 tries, 1 of 2 from the foul line. David Williams scored 20 plus for the 2nd consecutive time on this road trip, and for the 12th time this season. Duff was 8 of 11 shooting.
The Cajun fries, 5 guys.
Foul line at 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and a block shot. He was plus 3 in the rough plus minus.
Meal by itself.
Under roster in the rough plus minus on the plus side. Jordan had a dozen points tonight, 13 points from Kitty along with 8 rebounds and 5 assists. Off the bench, nobody in double figures. The bench was led by Cason Wallace's 8.
I allow myself 5 guys once a year.
From Aaron Wiggins, Celia Beaches had 6. Thunder shot 50+% again, doing that for the 20th time this season. They fall to 17-3 when accomplishing it at 53.6%.
Right, Mike? It's like, come on. Let's get his ID in here. That anticipation. You know you got to do it. You're just waiting. Oh, Popeyes, Keegan. That's my crack. That's my kryptonite, too. That Raising Cane's as well. I really love some Raising Cane's. Popeyes, though. Ugh. I have to stay clear of Popeyes here, because otherwise I just go nuts. They're best in Louisiana, especially the closer you get to New Orleans. Popeyes gets better. Culver's, the one I tried. All right, I'll come back to that one. I know it's them. I just would like to get an ID in there. I'll come back to it, and I'm sure we'll get it in there. But I don't want to spend all night just sitting there waiting on an ID that might fade out right when it happens. Right. So, all right, let's do more shout outs, shall we? Get you guys some more shout outs in here, because that's I like having some fun, patting each other on the back. See, there you go, Rick. See, that's how it goes. Like, the closer you get to where it's from, the better it gets. All right, we get back on my list of shout outs here. We got some AM stuff, we got some FM stuff in here too. Very excited about that, because I like seeing the FM stats in here too. Let's start with our friend Stephanie out in the desert of California at the Radio Hacienda. Stephanie, what has Stephanie done? Well, Stephanie has a new log The sixth station heard for Stephanie from Cuba. 640 Radio Progreso. Was that New Year's Eve, right? Is that when you had it? At Guanabacoa, Cuba, even and at times louder than KFI Los Angeles. From the Southern California desert. Don't tell me. Don't sit here and tell me, oh, I've got a local station. There's no way I'll ever hear anything underneath that local station. Always check your locals. You never know. They could be off the air, or sometimes the propagation just throws you a bone. And you get a 2,185-mile log from the country of Cuba when you got KFI in your back door. So, good job, Stephanie! Night, David. Outstanding stuff. Outstanding stuff, Stephanie. That's not all, though. We're not done. Stephanie's got more. 800 KWIP, Dallas, Oregon. Okay. 1 kilowatt, 855 miles. That's number 19 from the Radio Hacienda from Oregon. So good job, Stephanie. And we're also going to throw in here as well 1530 KZNX, Creedmoor, Texas. Number 26 from the Radio Hacienda. 220 watt nights, 1,119 miles. Good job, Stephanie. Especially this time of the year, Mike, when there's so much sawdust flying around. All right, because we got all these logs in here. We gotta saw the logs. Gotta keep that chainsaw going here. Barry Bankson, we're coming back to you, buddy. FM stats from 2023. 39 states, because these are all new for Barry. This is his first FM season. So, Barry, we get you the states. Good job, my friend. And the countries. Look at that. 8 countries on FM. Is that right? Barry? 8 countries? That's Canada, U.S., Mexico, and I'm sure there were some Dominicans and stuff like that in there. Yeah, that seems about right for what you did. Yeah. Good job, man. And we got you stamped on there. Wow. What a season. What a season it's been. 8 countries on FM for our friend Barry. He, I don't know what kind of magic DX dust you guys have got up there in Crossville, but Jared, please. Excuse me, sir. May I have some? We're not done. We got all kinds of shout outs in here. Jeff, where you at, Jeff? Jeff Immel, my friends. The designer of well, I call it the Immel loop. It's a box terminated loop that about 6 feet in size, and you put it out in your front yard, and you can rotate that sucker. And it doesn't have the gain of a Kaz or a D-Kaz or the Superloop, but it does pretty damn well. I tested it out this summer a little bit, and it worked pretty well. So I know he's been doing the same thing with his. He's got a bunch of new logs thanks to this antenna. So what did he get? Well, he has surpassed 1,100 logs from Fishers, Indiana, his location, and started doing that back in October of 2022. So this year, it's largely thanks to that nice big Immel loop out in his yard, surpassed 1,100 logs. So let's give him the big whoop. Mm. 1,100 stations logged since 2022, and that's crazy. I've got I'm at 800 and something now since 2021. So I mean, that's just, I'm over here like, oh, I can never get to 900, never get to 1,000. Well, that box loop does this stuff, man. You guys gotta spend some time with that. We'll kick up those plans that he had from back in the summer. See if I can't find those for next week. And share those with you guys, because it actually is pretty cool. 47 new graveyard stations logged during the challenge as well for Jeff. So Fishers, Indiana also got that magic dust. Good job, Jeff. And boom. Yes, sir. Aha. Adrian Perez in Massachusetts. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream, my friend. WBEN 930, new log for Adrian. Good job, my friend. Good job. We got you a new one in there. I think that's the first shout out we got for you in here on the stream. Good job. All right. We continue on. Niall over in Ontario, Toronto. Guess what? Finally logged 1470 WFLT in Flint, Michigan over on December 27th. Quite possibly the closest unheard station in that was not yet in the logbook for Niall after 45 plus years of DXing. So it's not an exciting catch, but I've been told and have read on the Michigan Radio TV Buzzboard that they went silent on December 31st. So if indeed true, very good timing. 4 days before they went silent, finally added that one in there before they went dark, and was their closest unheard station for now. So good job, man. Woohoo! Good job. Good job. John in Delaware. Always love seeing what John hears. Well, guess what? Right in line with our challenge frequencies for the week. Because he heard tonight during the stream. Good job, John. 909 BBC Radio 5 tonight during the stream. Good job, my friend. Is that a new country for you? Have you heard England before? We're going to get you the log at the very least, but let me know in the chat if that's a new country for you. Because if it is, we got to stamp your passport, my friend. Jacob up in Minnesota. You want a moose? Here's a moose. All right. I've been looking for it. We've been trying to find a way to get the moose in here. Well, guess what? Jacob's got us covered. Heard this past August, 590 CFAR in Manitoba and 610 CHTM, both with 1 kilowatt night power, both Manitoba. My friend, you know what? We're going to get you a moose. And the only thing better than Canada Mooses is Canada Gooses, as you Letterkenny fans know. And we got all three. We got the Letterkenny, the Gooses, and the Mooses all in one clip. Couldn't have done any better. I don't even know if that's a new province. I doubt Manitoba's new for you as a province, but we're throwing it in there. I just wanted to play the moose. Get the moose in there. Good job, Jacob. Congrats on 2 new ones from Manitoba. It's still on my list. That's on my stalker list as well. I got to get Manitoba in the logbook. And our last shout out we have for right now. Don't forget, you still have time. By the way, if you have stuff that you want to get your shout out in here, get some props for new states, new countries, new logs, new Canadian provinces, new Mexican states, new Louisiana stations. Have you heard of station Louisiana you hadn't heard before? Guess what? I got another little thing for you over here we'd like to do too. You can get your shout out in. We got the Google form. I just got to find the link for it here. We got a Google form that you can use to submit your shout out. So if you got something you want to throw in, I think I saw some people putting some stuff in the chat. Throw those on the Google form. Let's get it over so we can get you some shout outs here on air. And that is this link right here. Boop. There you go. It says not a new province, but our rare logs. Haven't heard them since. Hey, I'm gonna count that as moose territory right there. Our last shout out we have right now, Mike Westfall, until you guys get some more in here. Mike Westfall, you ready for this? Listen to this list. New logs of note from Mike. Listen to this list. This is awesome. Let's see. 870 LRA1 in Argentina. That's a new country, so we're going to stamp passport. 4 VEH Haiti, new country on 840. Okay. 700 HIDC Radio Gozen in Dominican Republic, new country. 870 HIB 59 Radio La Vega, Dominican Republic. 760 HJAJ RC in Colombia, RCNA. 1100 HJCN BBN Radio Colombia. 780 British Virgin Islands. Man, I want that one. New country. So if you're doing the new country count, we're at 4 now for Mike. 770 HJJX RC in Colombia. 700 Radio Sucre. I'm so glad you got that one. And we're going to come back and talk about that in a minute. In Ecuador. So 4 new countries, a whole bunch of other Latin American stuff. Mike's had a great DX season so far, plus a bunch of domestics and Cubans, he says, as well in there. So let's go ahead and get the stamp of the passport now for all those new countries. That is so freaking awesome. Love seeing that. Good job, Mike. From his home in Fluvanna County, Virginia. My friend. Good job, man. That's an impressive damn list. 4 new countries: Argentina, Haiti, Dominican Republic, and the British Virgin Islands. Good stuff. That Radio Sucre, like I said, we're gonna talk about that here in a second. That was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool night, New Year's Eve. So yeah, I put the link in the chat. You guys can submit your shout outs now if you'd like to throw your own name into the spreadsheet here. I'll be more than happy to read that shout out, get you some pats on the back for your DX accomplishments. Again, AM, FM, I don't care, either one. Put them in there. We want to see it all. I'll do some of mine here in a little bit. I'm not going to go deep into detail. We've already talked about some of what I had this last DX season, but there were a couple things that I was pretty proud of, pretty happy with at least. So we'll talk about those here in a little bit as well. But I want to get your shout outs in first. Still looking for Brazil, says Mike. Yes, sir. 1290. 1290. If I haven't told you that yet. 1290. What's the offset on that sucker? 285. And it's right there. Here, it's right here on this northern coast. Radio Timbira. They're at 1290.285. If you can get rid of Hickory, I saw that offset when I was in Charleston, so you should have a shot at him. Definitely, you should have a shot. 1290 Radio Timbira. All right. So we're about halfway through this hour. I think we'll go ahead and at least take it to the top of the hour. What do you think? You guys having fun? You want to keep this rig rolling? Let's do that. All right, let's take a look at actually New Year's Eve. Let me talk about that a little bit. So I have a playlist on the YouTube channel now, and let me actually pull that up here. Let me pull up my playlist. And if you go to our YouTube channel here for DX Central, one of the air checks playlists that we have, I have a bunch of air check playlists. One of the ones that I have here is for New Year's Eve. So I mentioned this in the Slack channel for those of you in the Slack channel, talking DX. I mentioned this there, and I think I put it on a couple of other places on social media, but give me the list.
YouTube Premium is ad-free.
Yeah, we're gonna mute that for a second. New Year's Eve is a low-key fantastic time to do some AMDX down in Latin America. Where your US stations are largely going to be very automated, right? They're running just the news, regular old news. Latin American stations do some hyper local, not all of them, but a lot of them do some hyper local content. You'll at least hear a couple countdowns in there. You might hear something unique to that country or that station. And then sometimes if you have one that's like on a network, like let's say Radio Progreso, Radio Rebellion in Cuba, RCN in Colombia, one of those kinds of things where you have a bunch of different outlets on a bunch of different frequencies all carrying the same thing. It can help you because you can say, okay, I heard Radio Progreso on 640. I know they're also on these other frequencies. Let's see if I can hear what I heard on 640 on these other frequencies. And it can help you add more. I actually added a Progreso and a Rebellion that I didn't have because of that technique on New Year's Eve. And I thought I had all of them that I could possibly get. I added 2 more that I didn't have already. So let's take a look at this real quick. So this is some examples of some of the stuff you can hear on New Year's Eve. This is Radio Progreso, and what they did. I have to be careful because I think, is this the one I got? No, it's Rebellion. Rebellion is the one I got a copyright hit on with their national anthem. The national anthem apparently is a copyright hit. So here's what Radio Progreso had at New Year's Eve, and so it's nothing major, crazy special. They didn't have a countdown on this one, but they did have a unique version of their national anthem because Cubans, like Mexico, does their national anthem at midnight. I hadn't heard this version. Usually it's a sung version, a vocal version that we usually hear from Q, but this is an instrumental version, so something a little bit different. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. And I think this is what Stephanie heard from New Year's Eve, was this one right here.
De la noche.
Take care, Mike. I mean, that's almost as good as a DX test, right? Stephanie can vouch. That's what she heard from California. That's almost as good as a DX test right there. Okay. So when you hear stuff like that, that's super easy way to pull in something that maybe you don't have. Here's what Mike heard. Mike Westfall, Mesa Mike up in Virginia. This is what he heard from Radio Sucre on 700. He pulled up his on SDR Uno when it was listening to it. This is exactly the same thing he heard from Virginia.
Atera is the world's first AI.
Well, first we're gonna get through this ad right quick. So you're gonna hear in Spanish. He's gonna be talking about the new year, and then you're gonna hear a bunch of Radio Sucre IDs in here. He throws it out like, especially there's a part later on in the clip where it goes to echoey, like they have like echoed audio, and that's yeah, it is, Barry. So he said the hour is here, or the time is here. There's a first Radio Sucre ID.
With alcohol. In fact, Gen Z is drinking 20% less alcohol per capita than millennials did at their age. And 28% of college-aged adults are going booze-free entirely. On January 1st, White Claw, the company partially responsible for Americans' obsession with hard seltzer, is launching 4 non-alcoholic seltzers. But going dry isn't just for January anymore. Hashtag Sober and Sober TikTok racking up 8.5 billion views on the platform.
Now the latest weather, traffic, and weather together. No major delays or accidents on our tri-state highways at this point in time. Now the latest forecast.
Women into the new year.
From the Advanced Dentistry Weather Center. Advanced Dentistry, the demon-free dental experience you've been looking for. NoFearDentist.com.
Snow showers and flurries through the overnight tonight as we dip down to 28 degrees. As we start out your New Year's Day, we'll still see some flurries through about 10 to 11 o'clock. Out of the north and the west, a chilly day on the way.
So yeah, that was Ecuador, as heard from here on New Year's Eve. So again, you can tell, obviously that's a very hyper localized, very unique, very specific to that radio station New Year's Eve coverage. He's talking about the time is here, it's midnight, welcome to the new year, all this stuff. Very, very excited. So definitely, again, just talking about how you can hear some really cool stuff. I'm not going to play the whole clip here because I don't want to get that copyright hit again, but here's Radio Rebellion doing their countdown for midnight.
Y el abrazo rápido para darle la familia contenta, nuestra revolución contenta, el pueblo contento, nuestra talla
regresivo. Pavel, somos el David de los oprimidos del mundo, rompiendo las férreas cadenas de dominación colonial. 65 años. Esta es la revolución.
Y esta es la que continuará por los siglos de los siglos, porque aquí nos mantenemos
con Fidel, con Raúl, con nuestros héroes y mártires, con toda la hazaña del Moncada, de toda nuestra Cuba entera, por nuestra liberación, por nuestra soberanía. Cubano que nos escuchan donde quiera que se encuentre, que lata más fuerte su identidad, su amor por su patria, porque somos todos cubanos.
20 segundos para decir adiós al 2023 y darle las buenas nuevas a este 2024.
Felicidades cubanas y cubanos, conteo regresivo, ya casi. 4, 3, 2, 1. ¡Felicidades Cuba! ¡Esta es la revolución!
Y así continuamos, y así seguimos. Muchas felicidades.
That's the normal version of the anthem right there that you hear that the dun, da, da, dun, da, 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 da. That's how it normally sounds. And then there's the vocal. I'm not going to play it because I got hit once. I'm not going to hit again. And there's the vocal version where they sing and everything. So that is what I heard from Rebel. Now you want to hear something interesting? I'm not sure if everybody gets to hear this. For those of you who aren't a little bit closer to Cuba, like we are here in the Southeast, but on 1180, they've got an absolute ton of Rebeldy outlets on 1180. And so when you're kind of close into them, it kind of sounds like this. Hey, Jim. So they have so many different outlets, and they're not perfectly synced up, so it sounds like that when you're on this end, or if you got a good look at Cuba from where you are. That's what it sounds like on 1180. I'll play one more here. This is RCN Radio, RCN Radio, HJGX in Bogota, Colombia on 770 New Year's Eve.
YouTube Music Premium is like a force.
Let me go ahead and skip this guy. Yep. Here we go. Take care, Stephanie. Thanks for being here. So this is them that you hear with this music. They had air raid sirens. You can't really hear it very well here, but they have air raid sirens in the background. You could hear some pops of fireworks in there. Heard the same thing on a station, a Tropicana Columbia outlet on, what frequency was it? Somewhere where they had a big station. Was it 1510? No, it was somewhere else. I can't remember which frequency it was on. They had the Tropicana outlet. Yeah, but I don't remember now off the top of my head. But yeah, they had air raid sirens and all this stuff. And that song that was starting to play there is actually, I found out through some research, it's kind of like the Auld Lang Syne of Colombia. Kind of, they just love that song for New Year's Eve down there. I'll play a little bit second of it. I don't want to get a copyright hit, but here's a little. You can hear the rebellion underneath them with the Cuban national anthem. Yeah, that was the Colombian that I got. One of the Colombians that I got New Year's Eve. So I think all told, I think it was 10 new ones I added to the logbook on New Year's Eve because of either matching stuff up or specialized content like that I could narrow down. So if you're into Latin American DX, like a lot of us here on the channel that are in the community here are, A lot of us really, really dig Latin American stuff. Well, guess what? New Year's Eve next year, circle the calendar. Make sure if you're not going to be able to do it live that you're recording the absolute crap out of it. Point your antennas down towards Latin America and record your SDRs to do that, because you're going to get some good stuff. You're going to get some really good stuff on New Year's Eve that you're not going to probably hear on a lot of the U.S. domestic stuff, because they just don't. Most stations don't really do anything for New Year's Eve. It's all network news. I even had one of the stations I was listening to was WCBS 880 New York. They were doing a live thing from down in Times Square. You could hear somebody talking or whatever. The anticipation of the ball is about to drop, and then right at midnight, it cut to ABC News or CBS or whatever. They cut to the network news and talking about it's now midnight on the East Coast. I was like, this was in New York. This was there, and they just preempted it for the network news because the automation took it. So, latest DX thing Jim says is reviewing Perseus recordings from Argentina, Uruguay, Falklands, and Chile from the recent cruise around Cape Horn. Currently working on December 21st from Chile. Oh, man. That's I can't even imagine the stuff you got. That sounds amazing. I'm very, very jealous. Very jealous. Because that sounds awesome. Awesome. Because I know you came through the canal, right? Because you came from the East Coast and went through the canal and came back down the other side. I think I'm reading about that. That sounds amazing. I'm very, very jealous about that. All right, so we talked about New Year's Eve. Looking up, I don't see any more shout-outs in there. You can still have time if you want to get your shout-outs in. If you've got some new stuff you've heard, want to get that mentioned here on the stream, want to get that shout-out in, a little pat on the back, you still got time to do so. I'm going to put the link back in here in the chat one more time. So just go to that Google form, submit your shout-outs, and I'll get them right here on the air. For those of you who may have joined in late, we have some folks from those who got joined in late. So we do a slight tweak here now to our medium wave frequency challenge process. Our frequencies of the week are 900 to 940. There is a new website that you'll want to go to, and that is here. It is dxchallenges.com. That's where you'll want to go. Well, you'll have to register first, and once you register, though, it's going to capture like your name, your email address, your city, your state, your country, and you're not going to have to fill that out every time you put a login. Got that. So it'll actually capture all that based off your registration data. So when you go in, you'll see here, when I go to get started, I'm already logged in. Then you click on this little picture here, and it'll take you here. And just fill out the form and hit submit, and that's it. And I'm going to be adding in some analysis tables and things like that. And I will be adding in a table later tonight of the actual log itself of everyone's submissions. So you can search to see if you've already submitted a log or anything like that. You can kind of see all that. That's one of the things people are, I don't know if I've done this or not. I think I did it twice. Well, you can check and see if you've already submitted it before you do it again. So so just go to dxchallenges.com, make sure you register, and then once you've got your registration, log in, and you're ready to go. Again, we're doing 900 to 940, and that does include the 9 kilohertz splits frequencies as well on 909 and so forth. That's for any of our folks on the East Coast or West Coast or whatever that can hear transoceanic stuff. It's also for our folks across the pond and around the world who want to listen in. But hey, global folks, you can also do the 10K stuff too. You don't have to just do the 9K stuff. Whatever you hear. That's the thing. In that frequency range, 900 to 940, no matter where you are, whatever you hear, log it, submit it, put it in there, and it'll be part of the challenge. Yeah. Jacob says it would be nice to hear 530 Falkland radio sometime. Going to be tough with Cuba. Yes, sir. Yes. That's definitely one that I would like to see as well. Jim, the deadline technically is already passed, but I'm leaving it. I'm not closing it right now. I'm not closing out the responses. So go ahead and shoot your shot, man. Submit what you got. I'll probably close it out sometime in the morning. So, but it's receptions through 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. So as long as it's within that time frame of the challenge, the reception came in, you got time. Go ahead and submit. I'm not going to do anything with it yet. All right, let's go back and do some more live DX because that's why you guys are here. Oh, before I do that, I keep getting distracted. Let's talk a bit about just went British there. Let's talk a bit about this, some of the new gear that I have here that we got over the summer. So we've got, mentioned earlier, the ADSB. Go ahead and show that guy here. So I got the ADSB up here in the corner running base station. That is through a dedicated ADSB receiver, right? And then I got an ADSB antenna, 1090 megahertz antenna up in the air up here at about 15, 16, 20 feet, somewhere in there, like something like that. We also have here this new window panel. See this, guys? Look at this. There we go. This window panel, I worked on that a good bit of the summer, putting that one together and kind of designing the layout of how I wanted to put everything in place with all my preamp boxes and everything. So it's still a little unwieldy with the cables. I want to do some organization on that, but that at least kind of got me going. I've got 24 bulkheads, SO239 bulkheads installed right now. I can add 4 more if I need to. I don't think I'll need to because 7 of those 24 probably aren't going to get used because I actually changed some antenna orientations and where I was going to use them. I put some up in the attic and I put some up in another window with some other options to get them in the house. So anyway, so I've got some room in here to do some experimentation. So what I've got left, I got a 6-meter beam, a 2-meter beam, and a 440 beam for ham radio work for the summer that I'll be doing. I'm actually getting a 2-meter quad, 4-element 2-meter quad from Cubex Quads. I'll be putting that up in the air, and the 440 beam that I have, I'll be stacking those and put them on a nice rotor over here in the corner of the house before we get to tropo season. And then I've got a 3-element 6-meter beam that I'll be putting up some point somewhere in here as well. Maybe, yeah, no, I'll just do the 3-element 6-meter beam. So those will be like the last 3 main antennas I have to put up. I still have one other antenna I need to put up. It's a J-pole for 160 megahertz. I'm going to run a splitter off of that. And I'm going to go to 2 different SDRs. One is an AirSpy HF Plus Dual, and that's going to go for... I don't remember which way I was going to do this. That's going to be my weather DX, my weather radio DX. So that's going to be running the NOAA weather radio frequencies on a scan, looking for those, and that's all it's going to be looking at, just those NOAA weather radio frequencies. And then the other side of the splitter is coming out to an SDR Play RSP1A, and that's going to be running AIS. I'm going to be decoding AIS since I have a nice, hopefully, nice look at the Gulf of Mexico from here during tropo season. That J-pole hopefully can grab some of those, and I can get some nice AIS stuff, at the very least on the river, the Mississippi River and the lake and things like that, but hopefully into the Gulf as well. So I'll be running AIS, I'll be running the weather radio, have to get that J-pole up in the air. I'm about to hopefully get my omnidirectional FM antenna up higher. I want to get it about 40, 50 feet or so. Right now it's about 15, 17 feet, somewhere in there. I want to get it up higher because I want to do some really good stuff with that. Since it's omnidirectional, I want to be able to get a good height on that for some tropo stuff so I can use the diversity function on the RSP Duo with my Yagi. And I can get some good phasing so I can try to get more stations in the logbook. And then I also want to get an omnidirectional TV antenna. So if any of you have any recommendations on a good quality, DX quality, omnidirectional TV antenna that I'm going to put up in the same tree at about the same height, roughly-ish, 40, 50 feet or so, please let me know. I'm going to probably get one of the kits amplifiers, low noise amplifiers to put on there, on that antenna. But I want to put that on my HD home run for my TV auto log. I already have something up. It's not a great antenna, but it's doing it. And I actually, this summer, I'll show you. Where's my... So I talked about my autologger earlier. Let's get this up. Here we go. This is my TV autologger from the HD home run box that I have. This is everything I've ever received here. Look at that. That's my all-time received autologger for TV. Into Dallas, down to the Mexican border almost, over into Alabama and Florida, up into Mississippi, almost to Arkansas. I got up into KNOE up in Monroe, or just south of Monroe, but almost in Arkansas. But that's with a crappy antenna. So I'm hoping if I can get an omnidirectional, get a bit higher up in the air, that would give me something that I could do to get a little bit better look when we have these Gulf Tropo events. So if any of you know a good quality FM omnidirectional antenna, I've been looking at some of the Winegard stuff, but if you have any recommendations, feel free to shoot those in the chat. Let me know. I'll be very interested to see how those go. And then here was the FM autologger. We showed that earlier. The AirSpy HF Plus Discovery. Here's the last 24 hours, what I've heard. But this is everything the autologger picked up this year. Look at this. This is just, that's crazy, right? Crazy. That's what the autologger, this dipole at 21 feet, that's what it saw this year. So every one of those, now some of those stations I heard anyway when I was doing my DX, but there's quite a few of those. In fact, I actually added a category here on my logbook, my online logbook, for stations logged by the FM autologger. I have that here. I added all these states is a total of 86. 86 total stations logged by the autologger. 65 of those were Tropo. 15 were eSkip. So there were some of those that you saw on this map that these up in here that would have been eSkip. I already heard those otherwise. But if I'd been asleep or during Tropo, or I'd been out, I was working or out running errands or whatever, or on vacation or something during the summertime. There are actually a couple of these that came in when I was in Vegas on vacation. A couple of these New Mexicos and Kansas came in while I was gone, and so it logged it for me. And I didn't have to do anything. So I highly recommend, if you're an FM DXer, that you're doing the RDS autologger, and then you also have the TV DX autologger as well. Rabbit Ears, rabbitears.info. That's where you want to go. rabbitears.info, and they got all the information about how to get started. So that's my recommendation. We're about 10 minutes away from top of the hour time frame, so we're getting ready to do one more top of the hour look for tonight. Oh yeah, Jim, I saw that Newfoundland video. That was good stuff, man. You guys are always that Argentina at the beginning on 870. That was fantastic. That was good stuff. Speaking of, before we actually get started on the live DX again, I'll go ahead and do my quick shoutouts. I'm not going to do a whole bunch of it. So obviously I started my FM logbook, so everything was new. So all those states that you saw in the countries that I heard in Canada and Mexico and all that was new. All those 800 something logs, every bit of the FM stuff was new. So that's all that. But I was really happy with getting Wyoming, and up into Rhode Island and Connecticut that way. I still have Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine up in the Northeast left to get, and then some stuff out west. Really out west, really need a lot of work, but really happy with what I got on FM. AM this year, the two main ones that I want to kind of highlight. Argentina on 750. That was a new country. Only because I had searched for Argentina for a long time, and I didn't think I was going to be able to get him when I moved here to Manuel, because I thought my best shot was 870, and we have WWL down the road here from us. So I thought I was just never going to hear Argentina. So getting them on 750 was great. Very, very nice. Very, very happy about that one. So I'll stamp my passport for that one. Also heard Haiti this year, the new country, but Argentina was the big one. And then the other one was my new state. You guys know, Stephanie's already left for the night, but she always talks about how she needs South Dakota, and her and I both were needing South Dakota so bad in our logbooks. I finally got him this year. And I want to talk about this for a second, because it's actually an interesting little nugget. I had been looking for them on my Northwest CAS antenna since I moved here. I've been trying for any station I could out of South Dakota, but especially 570 WNAX out of Yankton. But I couldn't ever hear them because I always had KLIF in Dallas on that same frequency. So if I was looking Northwest, there it was. Every time. Dallas was always there in the way. So finally, I was doing stuff for the Graveyard Challenge. I was doing some looking for the Graveyard Challenge. This was before we actually no, I actually was during it. I was on the Northeast Wire. Looking for the Graveyard Challenge. And I was down on 570, and I thought, you know what? Let me just give them a shot on the Northeast Wire. Who knows? Maybe it'll work. There they were. So for a new state, put me at 40, including DC. Put me at 40, South Dakota. That was a big one. Because when you looked at my map of what I had heard and what I had, the one big hole that was missing was South Dakota. Everything else is now off to the. I got Oregon, Idaho, and Washington up in this corner. I've got New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine, Rhode Island off in this corner, and New Jersey and Delaware too. But those are off in this corner, and then obviously Alaska and Hawaii. But all that stuff in the middle, I had one big freaking hole in South Dakota that I have now filled. So I'm very excited about that. So very happy to put South Dakota and Argentina in the logbook this year. And yes, Bill, you and I are both on the same boat on that one. I am obsessed with getting 2 countries in my logbook that I don't have right now. British Virgin Islands on 780. That's got to happen. Costa Rica on 550. I have been stalking them and stalking them and stalking them to no avail yet. I'm going to get them in the logbook. So 550, Costa Rica, 780, British Virgin Islands. Those are the 2 I'm still chasing for this season. So fingers crossed we'll get there. All right, we're close enough. I know we're about 7 minutes. We usually do this about 5 minutes till, but we're close enough. Let's go ahead and fire off one more time for tonight. Top of the hour alert. Top of the hour alert time means it's time for us one more time to go dancing with the AM radio signals. Let's actually do something a little bit different here. We've usually been doing the Jaguar with the Perseus, right? We're going to let that record. We're going to come back to that. We're going to let that record do its thing. I've got the vactrol on there. Hopefully that'll give me some nice Northwest stuff. I'm really excited. I'm doing some good morning sunrise recordings on that antenna this week. I really am hoping I can hear like Idaho or something out Washington, Oregon this week on that Northwest wire. It's not impossible. I mean, hell, we had some people in South Carolina hearing British Columbia last year. Okay. So is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. It's possible. We're going to keep trying it. And morning is a really good time to hear to your west. Sunset's great for your east. And used to is the opposite way, right? The conventional wisdom was always sunrise to your east because they power up before your stuff powers up. They power up. But propagation has shown stuff to the west, like Tim Trump, all this stuff he hears in the South Pacific, it's morning time. Transoceanic stuff, it's morning time. So look to your west in the morning. He hears San Francisco, morning, from Michigan. KGO, San Francisco, he hears it in the morning. All those Northern California and Washington, all that stuff. From Michigan, he hears it in the morning. So I'm looking out west in the morning. I'm looking to my east in the evening. And I still look to the west in the evening. My best chance of hearing stuff that I'm looking for out west is in the morning. So we're gonna let that record here at the top of this hour on the Perseus. But let's go back to our Elad FDMS3. Now you remember I did my demonstration earlier of phasing. Let's see if it's still in phase.
So I just got.
No, that's the thing about phasing, especially at night, is because the way sky waves bounce off the atmosphere here. That phasing's not going to stay. Like, so once you phase it, you're probably going to have to adjust that as you go along. So once phased, not always phased, okay? So let's go back down here to, let's go down to 940. I just want to see if I can do this. So 940, part of our frequency challenge for this week. It's also home to WYLD here in New Orleans. I want to see if I can get rid of them with my phasing. Let's take a look. So I'm just going to go off the numbers here. So let's look at the, start with the mini whip. Where do I have them on the mini whip? They're sitting at about 30, 31, somewhere in there. So I want to get my Superloop matched to 30, 31 if I can. That's getting pretty close. But that's also getting close to my overload on that antenna. There is 33, 33, with some peaks up into 30s. Okay, so that's pretty close. I think we're probably pretty close here. So now I'm gonna try to phase them out, and I want to see if I can hear it underneath. It's gonna be Mexico. It's gonna be Mexico. I know it is. I've done this before, but we'll at least give it a shot. So let's go ahead and now engage this into the middle, and let's see what we hear. Yeah, see, here's my regular Superloop. Wait a minute, that's actually on the A. There's my local. So that's going to be actually hard for me to null out WYLD because I'm not hearing them on my west antenna. I got Mexico coming in loud. So yeah, I'm going to have a hard time phasing out WYLD because I'm not actually hearing them on the west wire. I can. I can probably dial them if I back the vactrol off. When I engage the vactrol to get rid of the stuff on the backside from the east, I lose them. So that's Mexico coming in for sure. Can I get rid of Mexico? Probably not. Because as I adjust my phase, I'm either going back and forth between one of the two. There's not really any way I can get rid of both of them here. That's definitely Mexico. While we got them in here, let's go down to 930. Now see, I'm in sync AM on SDR Console here. I got that splatter from 940 above me. So what am I going to do? Go to lower sideband. It gets me away from that splatter. So let's try off the mini whip first. Sports Radio, that's KAR in Little Rock. I also heard an ID underneath him for to be GKA in Atlanta. That was also in there. Weak. That's Little Rock there with sports. See who this is on 910. I'm on the mini whip right now. So you'll see there are directional differences, obviously, when I'm on an antenna that is pointing west and terminating off the backside and all out signals from the east. That's going to have a little slightly different look. And the mini whip is omnidirectional. But you can see the gain, the difference in the gain between the two. Like this, I'm on the mini whip right now. This is the Superloop, 15x50 Superloop, which is running a 23 dB amplifier from a Wellbrook FLG 100LN. This is the mini whip. So when I'm looking at my waterfall here, you'll see it's a little bit higher gain here. These little stretches where you see the green and stuff like that in here, that's the Superloop rather. And these little spaces here that are a little bit darker are the mini whip. So yeah, there's a bit of a gain difference. I also have, those are probably pretty equal on their gain gain settings on the phaser, but one of them has. I mean, the Superloop has 23 dB of gain, and it's a 15 by 50 foot antenna. It's gonna have more gain, but it's not like crazy different from that mini whip, which is at 45 feet. Now, the higher you go, the more gain that mini whip gets. So if you have it a little bit lower, you're probably not going to get as much. So if you have a really tall tree in your yard, all you need is one of these and some rope. This is the Air Boss, the K4RLO Air Boss antenna launcher. It's a compressed air antenna launcher. It's got a PVC pipe, a little thing, and you take some a fishing reel with some fishing line and a weight. You put the weight in the tube, pump up with a bicycle pump, 20 psi or whatever. Aim it where you want to go on the tree. You open up the valve and poof, shoots that fishing line over the tree branch. It comes back down. Then you tie some rope on the other side, and then you reel that back in. And now you're pulling the rope over that branch. So now you've got rope going all the way from this side over here, all the way back over to where you shot it from, right? Over the branch. Now you tie your antenna to that side where the fishing weight was on, and on the other end of the rope. And now from the other side, you pull that rope up, and now you've got your antenna up in the tree. That's exactly what I did with my mini whip. I just connected everything up on it, the feed line, everything, put some rope around there, made sure I zip tied that down and secured that rope so it won't slip. Hike that sucker up 45 feet into the top of this tree, and you see the results. I'm going to do the exact same thing with my omnidirectional FM antenna and my omnidirectional TV. I'm about to do the same thing with my northeast southwest CAS because my apex just, so I got to get it up in the air a little better. I'm going to use the exact same technique in one of those air bosses. So if you are a antenna experimenter, you have trees in your yard, and you want to utilize those trees for antennas, get yourself one of these things. This is an absolute game changer for antenna installs in trees. You can do it the old school way with like an arrow or a slingshot or one of those like electrician things where they spin it and then they throw it, right? You can do that kind of stuff. You can climb the tree if you want, or if you have access to like a cherry picker or something. But if you don't have all that stuff, you just want to just point, shoot, get you one of those air bosses. And they are absolutely fantastic. It's Olad Technologies, OLAH technologies.com. I'll put the link here in the chat. Fishing rod's also good. Yep. And you will need a fishing reel to add on to this. That's so you'll have to buy this and then a fishing reel to zip tie onto this device, and then some weights. And they talk about here on what reel to get, what weights to get, all that kind of stuff. They talk about it on here. But you'll need to do that. Once you do that, and you have nice, precise. I can stand underneath the tree and say, I'm going to go to that branch right there, pump it up with my 20 or so PSI, goes up, back down, comes right. All you have to know is your angles. Make sure you get your angles right, because otherwise you can overshoot that sucker and it goes in the neighbor's yard, and then it can be really hard to get back to it. But you can, if you aim it right and get your angles right, you can have it go up and then right back down. And man, when that happens, you get that sweet lay on that branch like that. I'm a huge. I've got two of these. One was mine. One's mine that I bought. One was Dad's. So I'm a big fan of these. One I use for my portable work. One I use for my stuff here at the house. Get yourself an air boss. They are fantastic. Deacon Herd Amarillo, 940 KIXZ. Oh man, I want that one. Now, there was another example. In synchronous AM, you hear the splatter from 900. When I'm in lower sideband, splatter's there. Upper sideband, gone. Let's go see what we got on our Perseus at the top of the hour here. The great thing about this sucker, man, Jaguar just makes it so easy.
On your first tank, that code dollar.
Yeah. The sports leader for Central Arkansas is AM.
I heard KYST in the underneath in there, kind of weak IDing. They're in Texas City. And then here's KARN.
KARN Little Rock, a Cumulus media station.
All right. Where's all this stuff? Where are all these guys? Why did I want more out west. West. That's why I put the West Superloop. I want more west. In fact, I might actually put that West Superloop on here with my Northwest antenna this week and see if I can get out some better. What was on 910? This is probably, yeah, Power 910 Baton Rouge. Yep, that's Baton Rouge, unfortunately. I don't think they're supposed to be on very loud, but there they are. 900 probably gonna still be Mexico, but with my Superloop vactrol on, that's still Mexico. 930. I was hoping for Oklahoma City. And then I'm not going to bother with 940. That's going to just be here local or Mexico. One of the two. Mexico. Wow. They're kind of kicking our butt tonight. They're kicking WYLD's butt. All right. So there we go. Let me take one last look at our shout outs before we go. If anybody else has submitted any. Nope, no more shout outs. So if you have more shout outs, no worries. Get them in there. We'll get you next week. That's going to do it for tonight's edition of DX Central Live. Don't forget dxchallenges.com. Go there now. Register. You can participate in the challenge. Your form is there. Everything you need is going to be there at dxchallenges.com. So moving forward, no more having to worry about where's the form this week. What's the link for the form? It's all at dxchallenges.com. I'll be posting to social media tonight on Facebook, Twitter, and so forth. So if you forget for whatever reason, go look at the usual Facebook groups if you're involved in those. Look on my Twitter at dxcentral.com. I know it's X now. I don't care. It's still Twitter to me. At dxcentral. That's where you're going to go on Twitter if you want to find me there. I'll be posting the link up there as well. So, my friends, for all of us here at DX Central, I want to thank you for joining us for our first edition, our first episode of Season 4. It's already gone better than last year. Last year, the stream cut off midway. Didn't happen tonight. Woohoo! That's improvement. So we'll see you here same time next week, 6:45 Central, 00:45 UTC, right here at dxcentrallive.com, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter/X for more DX Central Live. Take care, my friends. Best of DX to you. Good luck in the challenge. We'll see you next week. 73.
This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.